Would you do a live show without
Live streaming is on.
a live show without the hens for a Fig Newton?
A live show without the hens
You hear
for
that?
a Fig Newton. Snub will do anything for a
Would you
Fig
do a live show without the hens for a Fig Newton?
Yes, probably.
You said, yeah, probably.
Here you go, everybody. You heard it here first. Snob will do whatever it takes to get a Fig Newton. And we're live, by the way, so welcome to This Week Unloaded. Let's see, who do we got with us tonight? We got Stacy, aka Mystic Guns. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. And next we had G23 jump in. How are you tonight?
Not bad, I guess. Thanks for the invite, but I think Jason was ahead of me.
Not on my order, but anyway, I'm just going in the order that they are on my screen from left to right. So anyway, next we got Jason Stewart.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for the invite, man.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for jumping in. And last, unless Rob comes back, we have Squibload. How are you tonight?
Hey, coming to you live from work.
That's always a fun thing to do. So today was Every Second Matters. Anybody do anything special today? Anything at all related to it?
No.
I worked second shift.
Woohoo!
I wore my Every Second Matters patch and had my firearm.
What did you carry?
G23.
Oh, you didn't say you had your namesake. You said you had a firearm. Some people, I tell you. Yeah, me and the wife, we went to the gun shop. Got some extreme penetrator, in a 308. They had a couple boxes of that. Regular pistol calibers that most people would have, they were pretty much out of. I think they had this. They had some 32 ACP and they had some 25 ACP. That was about it in pistol ammo. Got 2 boxes of this. I don't think I could have afforded to get any more of it, as much as it cost.
Well, how much did it cost, Rich?
$33 for 20 rounds.
Ooh. Defense ammo, though, that doesn't seem too bad.
We are a quiet bunch tonight.
It doesn't show that Rich is muted, but all his background noise just went away.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I thought maybe Rich just fell out or something.
I jumped in earlier off air, I don't know, like over an hour ago or something, and maybe an hour ago, I don't know, and did the same thing. It got real quiet. I just figured he muted and walked away, so I dropped out. We weren't live yet.
It's not showing I'm muted.
His
And
microphone's probably not working.
So maybe he's got a connection issue.
yeah, that'll be my guess.
And I don't think we're live if he drops out on this.
You have the star. You're the one in charge now, Squib.
I have the start. Great. I'm in charge. And
Yep.
I'm on my phone. I don't have a laptop or nothing.
And we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, we're still live. The star just
Well, hi,
probably when
everybody.
you get back in, play musical chairs. I don't know.
Welcome to the Squibload channel. And he's probably just got a computer issue or internet issue. He'll come back.
Probably a dental issue.
Tonight we're going to talk about all the things that all the other channels are afraid to.
Well, let's see. We can say COVID-19. Oh, you're not allowed to do that. What else?
The identity of the whistleblower.
We can definitely talk about Black Lives Matter.
Whistleblower? Did I miss that in the news?
Yeah, remember we're not allowed to say the name of the whistleblower for Trump's impeachment.
Oh,
Eric A.
which time they tried to impeach him? So many times I'm losing count. All right, Rich, did you just jump in with a different ID?
Oh, somebody just left.
You know, I thought only Right of the People had technical difficulties, but I guess anybody can have them. Now, we ain't got to do this thing when he jumps back in that we all have to drop out one at a time, do we?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, Buck, how you doing, buddy?
All right.
How's it going, gun loving grandpa?
I'm doing good. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Yeah, doing real good. We've hijacked Rich's show for this evening, so it's a
Yeah,
free
I've seen
for all.
that. All right.
So how was the water park yesterday?
I don't know. I didn't even get in it. Too many damn kids running around.
Well, you should have known that.
Yeah, it was a birthday party for the kids, so.
He's back.
All right, I'm back. I think. You guys hear me?
Hi,
Yeah.
Rich. Hi, Rich.
Hey,
How you
Squeaky.
doing?
Yeah. We had slight little power outage for a minute there. Wait for everything to come back up.
Is it storming or just went out for no reason?
No, don't know what happened. But I'll be right back. I gotta reconnect again. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
So Squib, do you just allow anyone in on your channel?
Yeah, I'm an equal opportunity kind of person. You know, there's no discrimination here.
That's what happens when y'all leave that back door open.
Yeah, well, the latch, somebody bent it, and nobody's ever gone back to bend it back.
I think that was Kingpin, to be honest with you. So anybody buy any new firearms this weekend?
Does anybody have any for sale?
Yeah, I did. I got a 1936 hex receiver Mosin.
Really?
Yeah, where'd you get that at?
My local gun shop. It's been somebody sanded and restained the stock pretty nice on it, and it's got the turned down sniper bolt on it, and it kind of looks like the muzzle's been recut on it.
Yeah.
So then the final question is, did you get it for a good price?
I got it for probably the going rate price. I got it for $345. My last Mosin that I got, I paid like $295, I think. And 2 years ago, the first Mosin I got for like $225.
Shit, Jason works 7 days a week. Don't have a wife. You know he's got money. He said money is no object.
Yeah, I have to spoil myself.
So do you already have 7.62 by 54 rib ammo, or you got to find that now?
No, I got a pretty good stash of that. It's that I got a lot of the surplus that's just wrapped in the plastic square packages, and I don't know. During the summer here, I bought quite a few boxes of Tula. It's
Okay.
all I could find, but I got a good little stash of it. It comes and it goes at my dealers. Like I think they buy it off of a private person, not exactly like their distributors. So it just kind of like comes in batches.
I was just thinking that with the firearm shortage, there's also the ammunition shortage right now, and you'd be like, oh man, I found this. All right, cool. Oh man, I can't even get shells. So it's good that you've got them.
Yeah, the only thing I'm looking for, I asked some guys yesterday. I asked Rich and Night Strike and Clover Tack. They all sent me some good links. I want to get a couple bayonets, and I wouldn't mind buying up some little extra parts, some little extra springs and whatnot.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of really good sources for that.
Yeah, I found a real good place last night that I checked out some things that I'm probably going to order from them. The only thing about the one I just got, it has like an aftermarket sling. It's not an original sling. The color's a little funny on the leather straps where it hooks on, and you can just tell it's like brand new, you know. But other than that, I just want to get an original sling, and I'd like to have a couple bayonets.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a problem getting that. There's all kinds of different oilers too, depending. I know different countries. I don't know so much about the Russian ones, but from other countries, they'll have multiple oilers, different markings for different units or from different arsenals. And I kind of think if there's, and then of course there's that tool, the firing pin tool, right?
Yeah, I have a couple of those. Yeah, I have a couple of the little pouch kits, like their cleaning kit attachments. Yeah. I need to get another one of those. But I have seen those oilers, like different, decades and different, countries that used them. I don't have any of those. But I want to get a couple of their ammo pouch, double ammo pouch things. I want to get a couple of those too, just to have.
Yeah, and I think stripper clips, a lot of those that are out there are going to be reproductions. They can fake markings on them if you were looking for something authentic. So I guess if it looks too new, it's probably a reproduction.
Well, now I got a 1936, 1938, and a 1939. So maybe I'll get lucky and find that 1937 somewhere.
Mm-hmm. That's something about Milford. Whoever get into the collecting of them, they're not just a range toy. It gets real fun looking for stuff like that.
I'm not really the big Mosin expert, but I like them. I know enough about them. I don't know all the individual markings and stock markings and stuff on them. Really, only one of them I got has any markings on the stock. But the ones I got, I'm pretty happy with. They're in pretty good shape. But this new one that I got is the only one that had the shellac that they put on them removed and like the stock redone really nice. It did it in like a medium brown color. It's a little different than what I've seen, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Hopefully I'm back for good this time. But as soon as I came back, I'm like, I'm going to have to reconnect, and then our internet went out again. Right after that, I tried jumping back on with using my phone as a wireless hotspot, and then that kicked me off. And then right about that time, our home internet finally came back up again. So hopefully it'll be stable now. I hope.
Yeah, Rich went out there to his neighbor's house and plugged into it.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard when everybody's power goes out and everybody's internet goes out, Buck.
Oh,
Got to put that cow out on the wheel.
Yeah, it wasn't just that the internet went out. Our power went out. We had a couple-second power outage there. Don't know
Well,
why.
if you pay your electric bill, it won't happen.
It happened to everybody. I'm sitting here. I'm on my laptop, so my laptop didn't go out. I'm sitting here. I got the network thing pulled up, and I'm just watching everybody around me's internet comes back online and waiting for mine to come back online.
Well, maybe if you paid everybody's electric bill, it wouldn't happen.
that's right.
Ours always seems to be the last one to come back up. I don't know why that is.
That's because you don't pay everybody's electric bill.
Not my job to pay their electric bill.
Last one that moved in the neighborhood is the one that got to pay.
Well, that ain't us.
Oh,
Well, what's your topics tonight, Rich?
I have no clue. I had the Every Second Matters thing, and beyond that, I didn't know what the hell we were going to talk about.
I kind of feel bad. I didn't even realize it was the second.
yeah, I was at work and realized that it was the second.
Yeah. All we did was go to the gun shop and then the Walmart. But I did open carry my P10C. So. But that was about it. That's all we did. Like I said, I got 2 boxes of 380 Underwood Extreme Penetrator.
Hey, you know anything about a gun? It's a SIG 210.
Oh yeah, they're
Pretty-
one of the most accurate 9mm ever made.
Okay. When I went to my dealer, he's like, "Hey, I got your next gun," and he showed it to me, and it's got some pretty neat wood grips that like go all the way around it in the back.
So it's the Target model.
It just had like 3-dot sights on it, but I don't know. It's kind of made like the CZs and the other ones, like the slides really thin on top, and it's really kind of basic and plain. Really, it's got checkering on the front strap, but the slides and the controls, it's really kind of just smooth and clean and basic, but it's got a really nice soft lightweight trigger on it.
Oh yeah, get that thing on the range and shoot it, and then that's when you'll really be impressed with it.
So
They don't look like much, but man, when you get one of those in your hands on the range, they are a joy to shoot. They are.
So are they worth $1,000?
Oh yeah, easy.
I mean, really, I think he's got 1,100 on it.
Yeah, that's about right. Again, you're not. That's probably the most accurate 9mm that's ever been produced.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Those used to be real big in competition shooting and stuff.
He said they were hard to get a hold of, even without all the corona here.
Yeah, you don't see very many of them come up for sale, especially if they're one of the European-made ones. Well, they're starting to make them here now, but those were actually adopted by the Swiss military as their standard sidearm at one point.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll probably be gone before I ever come up with a down payment, but who knows if it's still there. Maybe I'll take a second look at it.
Well, yeah, if you can swing it and fit that into your budget, buy it.
Damn, that's a lot of O's there, Stacy.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't know if you watch Honest Outlaws channel, Jason, but he just did a video on reviewing one.
Oh, well, I'll go check that out. Yeah, I thought it was. I kind of like, I didn't know when I first saw it when he's like, "Hey, you need to see this." I thought it was some kind of version of like the CZ Shadow or something. You know, it's kind of got that look shape to it. I picked it up, and it was just like weird that the wooden grips wrapped all the way around the back like a revolver,
Yeah,
but they were still open in the front.
those predate. If I remember correctly, the P10, the P210 predates the CZ75.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed all right. I mean, it really did have a nice trigger on it. I mean, it really did.
Does your the shop you go to, do they have a range where you can where you can test it out before you buy?
No.
Oh yeah, man! If you take that thing on the range, you're going to be buying it. I've been wanting to get one of those. I don't have the money for it. And you can hardly ever find them. And when you do, you're paying $1,100 is actually cheap. I've seen them go for a lot more than that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 1,100. I think he had like 1099 on it.
Yeah, there's two different models. You got the Swiss military version, which has wood grip. That's more like a wraparound, like what you're saying this one had. Then you have Target model, which has more of a target sight on it. It's still going to be your standard 3-dot, but to more of a target sight, and it has a target style grip on it.
Yeah, this had just like your basic sights on it. It didn't have. I don't even know if they were adjustable in the back or anything. It didn't have. It wasn't no. It didn't have fiber optics or anything on it. It was just
Yeah, the
dot
Swiss
sights.
military ones had adjustable rear sight on them too.
Okay, Moo out there says they got those on Gunbroker for $1,300 and
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm going to jump off here. I just jumped in and say hi.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I got work comes early in the morning.
Yep. Have a good one, Buck.
All right, y'all have a good day.
See ya, huh?
All right.
Well, I might give my dealer a call tomorrow. Maybe ask some questions about that. Because, like, my dealer is a good dealer, and I give him all my business, but he's not exactly known for the cheapest guy around. You know, he's not out to, like, rip you off, but he's usually, you know, around manufacturer's price or so, you know. But
Yeah.
it's a mom and pop shop, so, you know.
Yeah. Let's go over here. Here's what the Target one looks like. You see, it's got like the Target sights on it and that Target grip. You guys seeing this?
Yeah, it's real close, but I don't think that's the same. See at the bottom of that grip how it's got that little flare out,
Yeah.
like kind of point like a revolver or something. I don't think this grip was
Okay.
that much, that exaggerated like
Right.
that.
Right. So was it like this one?
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an 1,100 pistol all day or more for it. So,
Yeah, that's it. See what am I wrong? But you see what I'm getting at? How it's just kind of plain.
Yeah.
It's just like a smooth finish, plain.
They're elegant in their simplicity.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the one exactly like that. You see how the front strap's open and the back goes all the way around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I had the money, I'd buy it. I'm just saying. If I had the money, yeah, I would buy it. $1,100, yeah, that's not a bad price.
Do they got a price on it right there?
No, this is SIG's website. So.
Oh, okay.
This is the one they're going to be coming out with. This is probably one of the American-made ones. So if that was a Swiss-made one in it or a German-made one and it's only $1,100, yeah, you definitely want to grab it.
All right, yeah, I'll definitely give him a call, ask about that, see where it was made at. He's only got the one, and he just said they were hard to get a hold of, even without current situations.
Yeah, they use the same trigger in this and the Target model. They both use the same trigger.
Let me guess. Magazines are $50 a piece.
It's a SIG, probably. SIG magazines and cheap aren't words that are compatible, I guess you'd say.
I saw it there. It said Target grade trigger. Yeah, it's got a light trigger. I mean, it's probably 3 pounds.
Yeah, the original P10 came out, if I'm reading this right, in 1947. So it definitely predates the CZ75. And they're a single stack. They're 8-round magazine. They're going to be coming out with a carry model of this too, which is going to be like a 4-inch barrel on it.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's a single stack, 8 rounds.
Yeah, they're a single stack, but man, they are fun to shoot.
Okay.
It comes with 2 mags.
Oh, $100 worth of mags. Okay.
Yeah, remember, this is a 1947 design, so single stack was the game back then, you know. You didn't start getting into double stacks with semi-autos until late 60s into the 70s.
You see how thin that slide is on top, how it fits down in?
Oh, yeah.
That picture doesn't do it justice. In real life, in your hands, that slide is thin.
Yeah.
It's like there's almost hardly nothing to grab a hold of.
Oh, yeah, that's why it flares the way it does here in the back.
Mm-hmm.
With regard to the double stack, don't forget high power 1935.
Yeah, but that was the only game in town if you wanted a double stack for the longest time.
No, they were 13 rounds.
It's like
My luck, he probably sold that thing today, anyways. But I thought it was really nice. It's identical to that, like the wood's a light color and everything. But I'd never seen one before, or I just have no experience with the CZs and the SIGs like that or anything. I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
When he said like, "Hey, here's your next gun," and I looked at it, and it was $1,100. I looked at it, I was like, "Man, this thing looks pretty plain Jane,"
Yeah, this is one of those things. Don't judge a book by its cover. That is a firearm that is worth $1,100, just for the accuracy of it and the smoothness and the crispness of that trigger. That is an $1,100 handgun all day, every day.
Yeah. Problem is, my accuracy is only around the $700 range.
Says the guy who has a Nighthawk.
Yeah, but it only shoots as good as you can see,
Yeah, but in all honesty, if you can come up with the money to get it, I would. Because, like I said, you don't see them very often, and when you do, you're usually going to see a higher price than just $1,100 on them. Yeah,
my dealer shelves are pretty thin anymore, man. There's hardly anything in there at the moment really to catch my eye to even buy. So, maybe I'll go get that I ain't just gonna go get it, but I can put it on layaway.
Yeah, I was looking at a P07 today. Later on in the week, when my wife gets paid, might be going back and putting that on layaway. Perfectly matched. Oh, sorry.
There's always credit cards and street corners.
Yeah. I would do the street corner thing, but I'm afraid of the dark.
Yeah, but
Do it under a spotlight.
Other than Keller, that P07 I was looking at would perfectly match my P10C. It's the tactical model or suppressor ready model and everything with the night sights, just like my P10C has. The only difference is that it's black and not the urban gray. Where am I going? Over here.
Oh, we saw your video feeds. Yankees wearing a mask.
No, I'm not sub the Yankee. Yeah, Yankee's not on there. Oh yeah, he is. What the hell's he doing there? Not even something that son of a bitch. Oh man. Every so often you find something on YouTube recommended that's like, god damn it, I don't want to look at that. Or now he's gone. Yeah, Nighthawk Medic out there. He says Browning HP high power is still a good or great pistol. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean they're not a bad pistol at all. They're pretty much the ones that started the whole double stack thing. But yeah, like I was saying, for the longest time they were the only game in town until you got like up to the 60s, really, maybe in 50s. I'm trying to remember. Was there something that came out? When did Smith and Wesson start with their double stacks? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, for the longest time it was either going to be a high power or a single stack. That's what you're going to deal with. That's what I was thinking too. Nighthawk, late 60s. He says he's cheating. He's going to go. I guess he's Googling it. When did Google become a verb? Is there anybody else got any comments up there? Yeah, Uplift Mofo Party Plan. Yeah, the P10 carry is going to be in 9mm. I believe all the P210s are in a 9mm. Or I don't remember. Or did they, I don't think they made a 45 caliber. I think they were all 9s. Those were mostly made for European shooters, and then they made their way over here. And they said they were the standard pistol for the longest time in the Swiss military. That the standard one that we were just looking at when I was screen sharing, that would be like the one that the Swiss military was using.
Yeah, it would. It felt good to me, and it looked good. They're real skinny too, up on top. But I thought it was okay. I can remember that the trigger was really good on it.
Yeah, that trigger and then the balance, when you get a loaded mag in there, the balance on that thing is just perfect. They basically took a target gun and turned it into a service pistol, is what they did. Okay, so Smith & Wesson started in 71 with the Model 59, Nighthawk saying. So yeah, I mean, for the longest time, if you wanted a double stack, you were getting a Browning high power. And then, in the 70s, that's when you started seeing the Wonder 9s start. And then the 80s, you got to the polymer with the Glocks and whatnot. The HK P7, which had an interesting mechanism in all of its own.
My dealer's got a Python. Still got the original box. I think it's from, I thought he said 1967, 1968. It's
Probably
about
wants a pretty penny for that too.
Yeah, he wants $3,400.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
About what they're going for now.
Yeah, I'm definitely not interested. It was nice to see it, but nah, I can skip it.
So,
you want that for your collection.
Nah, truthfully, no. I'd rather have one or two 1911s than that one.
So before we go any further, does everybody here know what the HKP7 is?
Is it another one of them commie guns?
It's not a Tommy gun. It's German.
Oh, a
So it's
Nazi gun.
common.
Yeah, Nazi gun.
No, it's post-Nazi Germany. It came out in the 80s, man.
Aren't the Nazis still in control in Germany today?
Argentina.
It was produced. It's first produced in 1978. Hit the market in 79. Design started in 76. But it's a squeeze cocker.
Well, you got a picture of it?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a better picture.
A squeeze cocker.
Yeah. When you'll get what I'm talking about when I find a good. I'm trying to find a good picture. Got here.
That description just sounds so wrong.
Get your mind out together. But it's exactly what it is. You squeeze the grip. Get out of here. Damn it. They got this stupid thing on the bottom of the page and it's making it hard to get the picture to show. God damn it.
So I'm not ignoring everybody in the chat, but I just can't see it.
Yeah. You have to forgive him. At least this once. All right, let's see that. Okay, there we go. So let me go back over here and screen share this. It's actually an interesting pistol. They also did 40 Smith & Wesson version, but later on. But here's what it is. See this right here? Can you see the picture?
Yeah, we got it now.
It's kind of like grip safety, but instead of being on the back, it's on the front. But when you grab this, you grab it and you squeeze the grip, is when it cocks the pistol.
Is there a video on that?
Yeah, Ian at Forgotten Weapons has videos on this and the 40 Smith & Wesson version. But these were an interesting pistol. I'm trying to remember. One or two of the German police departments actually adopted this as their sidearm. And I don't know if any others did, but I remember there was one or two German police departments that did. I think their forestry service or something else over there did as well. But you got safety here, and here's your grip. If I'm right, that's the safety. It doesn't have a slide stop on it. And
Where's the mag release?
The mag release is right here. It's one of the This one is generally considered a very good pistol, whereas the 40 Smith & Wesson one wasn't as good because it was like a rush job and it wasn't as refined as what the 9mm one was. It was the one thing that HK actually screwed up in 9mm was this pistol. But if you can find one of these, they are going to cost you a pretty penny. They are expensive.
G-Web said it looks like a grip strengthener wrapped around a gun. He was right.
It's almost like a staple gun.
He dropped a link in there too. I don't know if it's about this pistol or not.
Yeah, this pistol really has an interesting mechanism. for firing it and stuff. It's pretty neat. It's different for sure. There's some people that want HK to start producing this again too, because of how, just for the cool factor. I mean, these are a cool gun. There's no doubt about it.
And that's like 35 years old.
Yeah, it was first designed in '76, so you're looking at 40 some years old in the design. First produced, started production in '78, made it to store shelves in '79. So you're looking at over 40 years old in design. And they stopped selling them in '88, I want to say.
G-Web says he's got some videos out there. That's what he put a link to.
This one.
Yeah. You know, G, the other day I ran across a video that he did 10 years ago, I think it said, for the RCBS chronograph. And like when I searched for it, he was one of the first videos that came up on. It's pretty cool, even though the chronograph's a piece of junk.
Here's my wife making a bunch of noise out in the kitchen. Yeah, this one's sold. Doesn't say what it's sold for. So I was looking to see. But doesn't say. I'm willing to bet it was a pretty penny for it. Let's see if they got any other ones. I love when they pull those things up. Go away. Thank you. $3,200. Somebody has one. It's a model from 19. It's one of the ones from 1982. They went $3,200 for it. There's another person with a later model one that they went $4,900 for.
I'll buy both of them.
Here's one for $2,895. It's an 83. So yeah, I mean they're pricey. When you find them, you're going to pay a pretty penny for them. Somebody's got one of the 40 Smith & Wesson ones. They went $4,400 for it. Remember, that's one of the not so good ones. $3,600 for another one. It's one of the later models. $3,350 for one. Yeah, you're gonna pay a pretty penny for them. But like I said, just the cool factor alone, if you can afford one, at least one of the 9mm ones, I'd buy one just to have it, you know.
So there's a rumor they're going to make new ones, or people just want them to make new ones?
People want them. There's been people have been trying to convince HK to make new ones. Have I shot an M7? I've held one. I didn't shoot it. There was one. The local shop had one a few years ago. I held it, but the shop I was at didn't have a range, so I couldn't test it, so I couldn't go out and shoot it. But it feels interesting in your hand because it's like crazy. Oh yeah, but I don't think I would carry one G-Webs, but just to have it for the interestingness of the operating system. There's certain firearms that just intrigue me because of the way they operate. wouldn't use it as a carry pistol or home defense gun. Range toy and something to have that's cool in the collection. Something like that is what I would get it for. Yeah, they probably would be an interesting range toy, and like just something, like I said, something just to have because of how weird they are. Yeah, the Germans like to over-engineer things at times. Look at their World War II tanks, for crying out loud, how over-engineered those things were.
So he's saying the gun actually gets hotter than a normal gun?
Yeah, it's the way it's made. Like I said, I wouldn't want to carry one or use it for home defense. Yeah, what if we vent the hot gas right over the trigger? Yeah. But they put the rest of the myth that Germans always have, the really high bore axis. The bore axis on him wasn't very high. That's a plus. It's got a low bore axis. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, like I said, it's an interesting operating procedure on that thing. But like I said, I wouldn't want to have to carry one, or like I said, or I'll use it for home defense or something like that.
I was kind of thinking about getting a new revolver. My dealer does have several revolvers, but I'm starting to think a little bit more about that P210 if everybody says it's so nice. I mean, I can get a revolver anytime.
Yeah, gee whiz. Once you burn the hand where your fingers no longer have any feeling, yeah, that gas ain't gonna bother you so much then. But like I said, it's just as a novelty, it'll be a cool gun. What kind of anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore what you were saying, but what kind of revolver are you thinking of getting?
Well, I'd like to get a new 686 just because mine are, I got like no dashes and dash ones. That's pretty old. I'd like to have something new maybe, so I could do a little bit of reloading for that, and maybe test out rounds in a brand new gun instead of one of my old nice ones. But my dealer has a whole row of Rough Riders with different grips on them, like the pinup girls and the girls from like the World War II planes and stuff on them. He's got a whole row of like a whole set of them. Thought maybe one of those would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rough Riders are fun. My wife doesn't like it, but I think it's because it doesn't recoil enough.
Now my friend has one that has the most hair trigger of any gun I ever seen in my life. It has a dangerously hair trigger on it. But I've asked other people about them, and they say theirs are fine. But his is just, I mean, it's dangerous. It's so touchy.
Yeah. Is that your Mosin 22 chirping like a cricket?
Oh, let me shut my door, man. I'm like out on the back porch so I can smell.
No, I was just asking because Gary was asking who has the cricket.
Yeah, I just didn't notice. I can hear him right now.
Yeah, I was making a joke about it because you got that Mosin. It's made by the same company that makes the cricket.
Yeah, I've been thinking about them guys too. There's supposed to be like a new model coming out this year, and I was supposed to be able to get first dibs on one, but I haven't seen or heard anything.
Corona for has that all screwed up. But, yeah, Antonio Passo's out there. He says he shot the 8-shot 357 Smith & Wesson Performance Center. Was that the 627 Pacifist that you were shooting? So it was the 6-inch barrel. What's the other one? What's the more tactical version of that? I can't remember what they call it.
TR8 or something like that.
Yeah, but that's not a 6-inch barrel. Yeah, 627 is what I have. I have the 4-inch version. And that is a accurate pistol. That's the one my wife loves to shoot. And it's got to be in 357. You put 38s in there and she gets mad. It's got to be 357. So that's why I think she doesn't like my Rough Rider, because it doesn't recoil enough. Was it stainless Pacifist? If it was stainless, it was 627. If it was a black finish, it was either a 527, which you don't see very many of, or a the one that Jason said. She said it was a TR8.
Yeah, that revolver has a light rail underneath it.
Yeah, did it have rails and stuff on it? Did it make a TR8 with a 6-inch barrel? Okay, Gary says that Midnight's not doing his show tonight, so. Okay, so I guess we can go a little longer if we have to. So, and he says he doesn't recall any rails on it. Remember, damn it! Now he's got me wondering which one it was.
Don't they have one that's like black with a stainless barrel or cylinder on it?
I'm trying to figure out, because they got so many of these darn things. And what would help if I could type? Well, it could have been a 327. 320. I don't know if they have a 327 with a 6-inch barrel either. I know that's why I hate Smith & Wesson's naming conventions on these pistols. I'm trying to remember which one I'm trying to think here. And I'm looking to see if I can find what he's talking about. Because I searched for 527 performance and there ain't one. How did I come up with one? The V-Comp. It might be, yeah, this, yep, this might be what he's talking about. Let me screen share and we can find out for sure. Was it this one? Okay, yep, that is a 627. That's the V-Comp. Yeah, I didn't really, I forgot the spacing on the fact that, yeah, they did do it with a black finish on that. So it was driving me nuts. I couldn't remember for sure. But yeah, 620. Even I have the Pro Series 627, which is like a step down from the Performance Center. It's not quite the same. They don't do as much polishing on the trigger and the hammer and whatnot, but that thing is a tack driver. It didn't cost me $1,600 either. By the time I was done putting the wood grips, I think I got like $900 into it, a little over 900 maybe. But it's it's a good pistol for sure.
Yeah, I really like the Smith & Wesson revolver. I don't see anything wrong with them at all. be my choice. So I'm not interested in a $3,500 Python.
Yep, but now you know that was the 627 VComp. That's probably the competition version. Probably why it has like the black finish and stuff to make it low glare. You know what? YouTube kissed my butt. They shut us down. They shut us down. I can always start up another one, right? I know people have seen this one before, but I'm going to show it again because it's just cool. There's my 627. Pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice for airsoft.
Yeah, airsoft. Look at that muzzle and tell me that's airsoft.
Just a big one. Big plastic pellet, that's all.
This is the awful heavy airsoft. I'll tell you what. 8 rounds, a 357 Magnum.
Ooh, that's a lot of holes.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, man, the weight on this thing perfectly tames that recoil on that 357 cartridge. And it feels like you're shooting 38s when you're shooting 357 out of this. That is a nice revolver. And there goes my phone. Oh, shut up, cat.
You got a holster for that revolver?
No, I keep wanting to get one, but they're hard to find holsters for that one. And when you do find them, they sell out quick. Because of being the 8-round cylinder, a lot of your standard end frame revolver holsters don't fit it properly.
Now, has that got the same size grips as a 44?
Yeah, it's the same dimensions and everything as what the 629 and 29 would be.
Yeah, I picked up some 629s a couple times. I haven't shot them, just at the dealer, but my hands are so small that I'm not going to get one of those. I don't even cover 3/4 of the grip of that gun.
Yeah. Well, with that one, with it being a round butt, so I got the grips I have on there convert from being a round butt to being a square butt. If you noticed how the grip was shaped, the round butt will be more curved. You can get smaller grips to put on that one, smaller than what you would be able to get on one of the 44s because of the way the frame itself is shaped.
Smaller top to bottom.
Yeah. And it would be, you can get them like where they're more curved too. You see some of the grips that they have, like for the J frame, you can get them where they're shaped like that, kind of, but a little bit bigger than what the J frames would be. Yeah, I mean, you can get different grips for it. Smith & Wesson has different like wood grips and stuff that you can order from them, and there's other companies that have them. Hogue does grips for them, so if you were to get like the 627, you could easily replace the grip that comes on it. The grip that comes on it's not bad. Just they come with a Hogue grip that has finger grooves in it, but I wanted some wood grips on it because it's a revolver. It's got to have wood grips. I'm not, so that's what I put on there. Right the first time. Losing my mind here, folks. let me go back over here and screen share again. See the grip? It's a little bit smaller than what your standard like your 629 grip will be. It might actually be the same width as the 629 if it had the rubber. But
Is that how yours came originally?
yeah, this is what mine originally had on it. It's a single screw in the bottom. You take that screw out and it just slides right off of it. Then you can like put your wood grips on like you would normally. I didn't pay that much either. That's just MSRP. I paid $8 something for it, and then another $80 something for the wood grip. I think, if I remember right. So yeah, I didn't pay $1,000 for it. But.
Do those performance centers? Do they still have the Hillary hole?
Yeah, sadly, the only Smith & Wessons that don't have the Hillary hole are the double action only J frames.
Still put those on their new manufactured guns?
Yeah, they still got the Hillary holes on them.
I thought they were only doing that when that British company owned them.
Nope, they're still doing it.
It's not a deal breaker, but I don't think you should have to pay extra cost for it.
Yeah, I was just looking. Oh no, you don't pay extra for the Hillary hole. I was looking at the Model 19, the new one, the carry model that they just came out with that has the ported barrel, and it had a Hillary hole in it.
You know what I mean is when they added that to the manufacturing process, that increased the cost of making the gun. They transferred that on to customers.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they
years
did.
ago. I would have just thought they would have taken that process out once they went back to American owners, and it would have been that.
Yeah, but no, it's still there. They still.
I
Put
mean,
in them.
it's as simple as just don't ever use it.
Oh, you can easily take it out. You just take off the side plate, and you can take that lock right out of it, and then put a plug in the other side or have it welded closed.
But I mean, either way, it's
Yeah.
It's not like it's just going to magically just break one day. You know, if you never use it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the original Hillary holes had where like the 40, 44, and the 357s, they could engage themselves from the recoil, but they fixed that.
Yeah, I thought I'd heard there was something about the whatever you would call it. Would it be a transfer bar or something? I heard those would break, and then your gun's not shooting.
That's a poor design.
Yeah, the transfer bar, that's just a safety. You can take that out. You don't even need it in there. Who was it that had one? Jelsma Outdoors, who's now the Jelsma Rod and something company now. It's his new name that he uses on Instagram. But he had a Taurus. I'm trying to remember, was it 605? Anyway, he had the transfer bar break in it. He couldn't find a new one, so he just took it out. And then after he took that out, it worked fine. You just don't have you still got to be more careful with it because it doesn't have the transfer bar in it anymore. Yeah, he says, when you find out something's broken, when it breaks. That's what happened to Jelsma. He was, I think that was when they did one of their range days when they went to Tulsa. They were shooting it, and all of a sudden it broke. He had a video. It broke one on video, if I remember correctly.
I'm not saying adding something to the mechanism can't create one additional possible thing, et cetera, in addition to adding extra cost to manufacturer. It's kind of like saying, if you never use a seatbelt on your car, a little sensor in there that makes time go off and you don't wear the seatbelt or whatever, that'll never wear out or something.
Yeah, everything's going to wear out eventually.
Yeah, or have some sort of failure, or I don't know, you get something in there and shorts it out or whatever. Not that if you never went around with a seatbelt, you'd probably rewire it so that the damn chime didn't go off at all, because that's all would happen. It'd be annoying, but it's just the whole. Some things are, I didn't ask for it. I can't buy it without it. I'm stuck with it. I just won't use it.
Oh no, not. Yeah, you're right, G. I mean, that's what it is. But you want a decent revolver with some company, that's what you got to deal with. I mean, like I said, you can take it out. It's not so it can be removed.
Here's the thing. I can actually see situations where being able to lock it up wouldn't be a bad option to have, but I would leave that up to the customer to want that as a separate option they would order, or a retrofit kit that you would install or something like that.
Yeah, it's like the states that, what is it, Massachusetts, you have to have the magazine drop safety on it.
Yeah, or whether it be a state law or just be somebody saying, I would like to have the ability to do this. It's just the whole thing about, well, I don't like them because they've got it. All right. I could see somebody saying, I don't like the fact they transferred the extra manufacturing costs to the customer when I never wanted the damn thing. But otherwise, it's just like, just leave it off. It's kind of like all the people say, what does a gun need a safety for? All right, then just never turn your safety on your gun.
Yeah, I've just always shied away from. Just I think maybe the first things I ever heard about them is they breaking. And that's the only reason I've just never considered them. Of course, my guns all have the firing pin on the hammer. That's not exactly super sturdy either. So I try to just take care of those old guns. I don't want them getting sloppy from really hot 357 rounds. You know what I mean?
If it's something that's known to break often, but I really like the whatever it is, don't even have to be a gun. I may just keep spare parts and just change it out. But if it's expensive to change out, difficult to change out, it's a hassle or whatever, yeah, that can be a deciding factor for me as a consumer making a purchase.
Yeah, as far as I know, the Taurus ones were worse than what the ones on the Smith & Wessons were. And Taurus put them on everything, not just the revolvers. You get semi-autos from Taurus, and they would have that stupid thing on there too. Like I know the what was it, the P111 that was the predecessor to GTC? They had them on there, and I think the Millennium Series had them.
So, but really, what's the truth? It's no big deal. They're dependable, or is it something you want to take out on day one?
If it breaks, it breaks. I mean, it's not. I'm not carrying to where I have to worried about it. But if I were gonna take it out, I would find a way to fill in the do something to fill the hole in when I take it out. Like maybe get one of the plugs, or have a gunsmith weld in a piece of metal to fill in that hole, so you're not having dirt getting in there.
I think the only reason I'd remove it is if I did have it break more than once, and removing it would solve the issue. Otherwise, I just leave it off.
Yeah, like G-Web says, take out the safety and go to court. Good luck. Yeah, they might not take too kindly to that. But it's not one of the mandated safety, so on that one you might have a better chance with it.
All this stuff about what they're going to do to you in court, I've heard some stuff like that, especially like with the whole reloading thing. And, okay, if they're going to nitpick over something like that, that's what they're building their case against you with. They're going to come up with a lot more than that. There's some cut and dry cases, and then we're going to throw everything until it sticks, not see if it sticks until it sticks. So if they're going to go, they remove the safety, et cetera, which really has nothing to do with the crime, then they're going to find 15 other things that have nothing to do with the crime. That's why I don't subscribe to that whole, don't carry reloaded ammo. Oh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but on the safety part, depending depending on where you live. I'm saying it's
Well, you could say you bought it like that, bought it
Yeah.
used.
yeah. Again, it would depend on where you live. Like if you were somewhere in California or like New York, they're going to get you on anything they possibly can. So you want to cover your butt. But yeah, and Gary's asking, is there still putting those on current protection guns? Yeah, Smith & Wesson puts them on every revolver except for the J-frame double action onlys. Every other Smith & Wesson revolver has the Hillary hole on it.
Hey, I overheard a conversation at my dealer one day. There was a court case around here, and the paralegals for the lawyers came into the gun shop asking questions. They had a guy, for whatever reason, when they took guns and stuff from his house, but they found that 5.56 with the green painted tips, and they called that armor piercing illegal ammo and took it and was like charging him with it. And the lawyer assistants were in there asking questions about it, and our dealer's like laughing at him. So that's not armor piercing. And they looked around, they said, well, we don't have any on hand, but we usually have it here, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Nosler and Sierra both make hunting rounds with green tips.
Yeah, that's not. That's not armor piercing rounds.
Yeah, that too. But see, that's what I mean. You're going to have the hardcore, I'm going to get you no matter what, prosecutor. You're going to have the planted judge. You're going to have the ignorant jury. So don't do anything because they're going to use everything against you. All right, well, if that's the case, then don't defend yourself either. Go ahead and let them do it.
No, all I'm saying is be careful what you do. Like if you're going to modify your gun and you live somewhere like New York and that, be real careful because they will get you with any little thing they can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get the where you live, but the other, 45 states in the union, that's not really an issue. If it is, it's because they've got an axe grinder they're trying to set an example. It's totally politically motivated. I'm not saying we go, well, I could just tell the jury it's politically motivated. They'll say, all right, we're just going to throw out the case. But maybe that's when you need to nudge your lawyer. Be like, look, dude, the dust cover with for my cold dead hands doesn't make this any more deadly. What the hell am I paying you for?
Now, we've already seen jurisdictions where somebody, just because they had 10 millimeter, was prosecuted because that was, if you had 10 millimeter, you were looking to kill somebody because that's a super deadly round.
Well, see, if that's the case, then literally we all ought to just turn in our stuff. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, what's the? So.
Well, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that's actually happened where somebody was prosecuted because the prosecutor decided that they were using a super deadly round because they were using 10 millimeter.
And they must have got the world's dumbest freaking lawyer to defend them.
I didn't say they were successfully prosecuted. I just said the prosecution tried.
Oh, well, when you say prosecuted, I guess mean, to me that means.
No, that would be convicted.
Oh, okay.
Prosecuted just means that they actually went to trial. The prosecutor went to trial with it.
All right, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking convicted.
Yeah, and I bet a jury that doesn't know anything about firearms would believe every word of that just because the prosecutor said it.
Yeah,
They'd be talking to the
in Arizona that happened to.
Well, they'd be talking to the air quotes expert, right? It'd be like, what is the standard caliber that our local law enforcement use? That would be 9 millimeter. And what caliber did this criminal use to kill the person invading his home and threatening his family? Well, he used 10 millimeter. Obviously, that means it's more deadly. He wanted this to happen. And if the jury's stupid enough to believe that, I mean, yeah, that can happen too. But
it's 1 millimeter higher, so it's got to be super deadlier.
But I mean, at that point, you need to be pulling your lawyer to the side, going, "If you don't do something, I'm going to stand up and defend my damn self." Yeah,
but that's how ridiculous some of these prosecutors will be. They don't know anything about guns, you know.
Well, what about what the police just did in Minneapolis?
Which one? The police in Minneapolis have done a couple of things the past couple of days.
Where they notified everyone, just give in to the criminals, do what they say.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
So if I took one of these classes and partway through the class, the guy says, whatever you do, don't modify your firearm that you use for self-defense, home defense, carry, any of that. Don't modify it in any way, shape, or form. Leave it completely stock and don't use reloaded ammunition. Because either one of those things is going to make it hard on you, in court. It's going to guarantee that you're going to get convicted, or it's going to make it a lot easier for them to prosecute you. At that point, I might stand up and go, excuse me, am I past the point of no return where I can't ask for a refund? Because we're done. You think you're a firearms expert, you're going to tell me this, and this is what you're teaching people. Yeah, I kind of want my money back. I'm out of here. See ya.
I was reading a story, I don't remember where it was today, but the police there said, you're on your own. Pretty much just flat out said, you're on your own. If something happens, don't call us.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, G-Web said the guy served 5 years. Case set precedent in 2004. He was in jail until 2009.
If the police are told to stand down and you've got to protect yourself, and then they arrest you, they try to prosecute you, you could use the fact that the police refused to help, I think, to bolster your case.
Exactly, Squib. I mean, if the police aren't going to protect you, you have to be able to protect yourself. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
Well, the Supreme Court ruled in the early 2000s that the police have no duty to protect you. That's been on case law from the Supreme Court and precedent and all that other good stuff for a while now.
All I'm saying is if there's a prosecutor that is biased or there's a judge that is biased, even if you've got a lot of money and a really damn good lawyer, you could still be convicted. But it's because they have a bias, not because you did something wrong.
Oh,
and
yeah.
if you're gonna go off the premise that you can't modify a firearm, legally modify it with legal parts that you can legally obtain, or you can't legally use legally reloaded ammunition because you're such a greater chance of being prosecuted or convicted. You might as well just give up all your guns, give up all your ammo, and walk around with pepper spray the rest of your life, and that's it.
Well, even then, pepper spray in some jurisdictions is illegal.
True.
And look what's going on to that couple in St. Louis. They were within their rights under Missouri law, and the prosecutor is still trying to prosecute them.
I got a feeling those two in the long run will be okay, and I bet they sue the hell out of everybody.
It's not even going to be that much longer before that case gets kicked. I mean, if you watched what Jared from Guns and Gadgets just released the last couple of days, there is no way that case can stand.
No,
I mean, there's so much misconduct. There's no way. A judge is going to kick that case as soon as it gets into its next court date.
and the county prosecutor's no damn better in that area. That idiot tried prosecuting Darren Wilson again. If you remember him, the officer from the Michael Brown situation, he just lost the case where he was trying to prosecute him again, and he couldn't get an indictment again.
It's because they're all Soros funded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at the prosecutor that's going after the McCloskeys. Just yesterday, the Soros Foundation filed PAC documents to back her campaign.
Well, not surprised. Well, that doesn't surprise me in the least. What was I going to say now? Anyway, they're all corrupt. George Soros should be sitting in a jail cell somewhere himself. Do you remember back when Obama was president, he got extradition requests from France on George Soros for trying to manipulate the French currency, and Obama turned him down. He could be sitting in a French prison cell right now.
Oh, I never heard that.
Yeah. He tried destabilizing France's economy, and they filed charges against him when Sarkozy was the president over there, and he requested extradition of him from Obama, and Obama said no. And then as soon as the new guy got over there, the socialist guy that they got in charge over there now, he dropped all the charges against Soros over there in French court.
Yeah, I was driving home tonight, and in somebody's front yard, they have a sign that says, "Say no to socialism," and then vote for Biden sign.
Soros is a war criminal anyway. If you know his history from World War II, he was selling out his fellow Jews to the Nazis.
Sounds like some other friends of the Clintons.
Yeah, and the worst part is there's video of him bragging about it. He's not even sorry about it. He goes right out there and brags that, yeah, I did it. And laughs about it.
Well, geez, how old is the guy?
This was when he was younger. This was years ago.
No, I think what he means is how old is he that he was old enough that he was in a position in the 1940s to sell out people, and he's still alive today?
Yeah. I was wondering, like, how old is he? And like,
He's got to be like 106.
He was in his late teens, I believe, when this happened. Late teens, early 20s. He's in his 80s and 90s now. Yeah, Kingpin says he's 89.
yeah, I hear people talk about Soros all the time, but what does he own? I mean, does he own, like
A
the
lot.
Wall Street Journal or something like that? I mean, how's he got all the money?
He owns different investment companies and whatnot. Yeah, Kingpin said he should be in an Israeli prison. He should have been executed by the Israelis. To be perfectly honest with you, the Kingpin, if they were to try him in war crimes court, they would probably have executed him.
And what's the downfall to that?
No, I didn't say there was a downfall. He said I wanted to say that, but chose not to. Since when are you politically correct? Next thing you know, Kingpin's not going to be wanting to make fun of Muhammad anymore. I don't know. He said he's turning over a new leaf. Who are you and what did you do with our Kingpin? And why aren't you in here? could actually be talking this stuff instead of having to type it.
We're not good enough for him anymore.
I guess not. I thought you'd be falling asleep because you haven't said anything lately.
I'm fighting a headache.
Fighting with Snob?
That's what I was going to say. Well, what does Snob do that you're having to hunt?
Domestic.
Somebody called the tribal police.
No comment to that.
I'm ignoring him.
He's ignoring you.
I heard him. Kingpin says he's getting ready to go to bed. Okay. He's one of them people that thinks that sleep is useful.
So what's new and exciting in Oklahoma?
Not much. Snob's here, so nothing exciting there.
Well, there you go, Snob. You always got Kingpin on your side.
I know. At least he loves me.
He's not in his right mind.
Let's see. Ozzy said he's
Oh, we
getting.
know. We know Snob's never in his right mind, but why you got to drag Kingpin into it?
Man, all these people copying off of me, I tell you. Ozzy gets an easy. He's getting his tomorrow. Now Kingpin's getting his Tuesday. Every time I get a gun, somebody else got to get one. I get my P365, then Gary gets his P365.
EVs are in stock?
Huh?
380 EVs are in stock?
Yeah, apparently. Both Kingpin and Ozzy had gotten one.
Are they getting the Performance Center models?
No.
Oh.
Rick's the only one that got one of those. But you know what? The Performance Center version of the 380 is like pointless. It really is. Other than unless you want a blingy looking barrel and grip safety.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, man. The options are functional options, not pretty boy options. I mean, you can get color if you want to add color, and that's. I mean, how many people get FDE parts for their gun, right? Or they turn their gun, to make it all pink or turquoise or whatever.
Yeah,
but as far as the compensator and the lightning cuts and the sights, yeah, those are all functional options.
but you don't need them. With the 380 EZ, the recoil on that thing's light enough already. There's no reason for that to have that barrel compensator. I have the standard EZ. That thing does not need a compensator.
But it's not a blingy add-on. It's a functional.
I was talking about the silver or gold barrel or grip safety.
You can get those in black, all black though, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
But most people are buying them in either the gold or silver for some reason.
Well, the one, the Performance Center, can you put a red dot on that?
No. The only shield that you can put a red dot on is the one Performance Center model of the standard shield that's cut for it. The EZs, because of the way that they got the loaded chamber indicator similar to what the G2C has, so you can't put a red dot on those.
Did you see Langdon came out with a red dot setup for a Beretta?
No, I didn't see that.
Yep. You got to send it to him. They cut the slide, but then it takes a special firing pin and a special firing pin block, so you can get a red dot on it nice and low as possible.
Yeah. Fluffy 10mm saying he got a Sig X Compact 9mm yesterday. They had one of those at the gun shop today that came with the optic on it. Between that and the P07 and not having any money to put one on layaway right now, I wanted to cry because I could have put both of those on layaway. Okay, Stacy. She's saying that she'll be out in the chat, but her head's really bugging her. So she's gonna be up there, and I guess our talking just like giving her more of a headache. But now how's Snob gonna talk to us if he wants to? Because he ain't gonna use his link. Watch, he'll go out to the shed and jump in here just to tell us, "Screw you."
He'll probably have a live show later.
Kingpin, I didn't really have $100 to put the P07 on layaway, and there's going to be more than that for the SIG. So she said he can shut up and maybe the headache will go away. It's bad enough I threw on $60-some for two 20-round boxes of ammo. Because all they had in 380 was the Underwood Extreme Penetrators, which even Underwood doesn't have. Good night, Kingpin. I was looking on their site to see how much they wanted for it, and they're out of stock on it.
What caliber is that?
380.
380? 20 of them for $33?
Yep. But they're not they're not the hollow points, they're the Extreme Penetrators. They're the screwdriver.
Yeah, I'll buy them from time to time, but otherwise I'd just make my own.
I don't have the reloading supplies to do that. I really don't have anywhere here to set up a reloading thing. That's one of the reasons why we want to move, because my wife wants to set up, because she wants to do that, because she used to do reloading with her dad, and she wants to get back into doing it.
I just got a reloading bench I was going to use for reloading, and it turns out it's really kind of a piece of junk. So I put a different bench on layaway, and I think I can put the two of them together and make something nice. I bought this Craftsman. Came with a pegboard in the back and a drawer and everything. It's super, super thin steel. It doesn't even have not one single nut and bolt in it. It's just sheet metal screws.
You're a carpenter, Jason. Build one.
Yeah, I thought about that, but I was wanting just a nice setup, and I didn't want 2x4s, and it's gonna be a bench for everything: reloading, gunsmithing, cleaning, everything, and it's gonna be up in a spare bedroom. So I just wanted it to be like boughten. I didn't want 2x4s.
Get yourself some nice cabinetry that isn't being. Maybe, I don't know if you got any spare cabinetry laying around.
Well, I was going to do that. I was going to use 2 cabinet lowers and put a top on it, but turns out they're too short. I've been mocking stuff up and checking things out. I need the top of the bench to be 41 inches. I could get by with 40, but I need like 41 inches. And, cabinets, even with thick top, they're all the way down at like 36 inches.
Yeah. Couldn't you build like a little platform to mount them on?
Yeah, I've thought of that and ran it through my mind many times. It's going on a pretty nice hardwood floor. I don't want anything to happen or scratch to that. So I am, no matter what bench I use, I am going to have to to have some type of platform
You could
or some adjustable plastic feet or something. I don't want metal feet.
build yourself a wooden platform and you can stain it to match the flooring.
Yeah, this one's black. I was gonna build like a black platform. I thought about, because the desk that I already got, or the bench, it's only 36 tall, but then it's only got a 3/4 inch top on it, and that ain't gonna work. And just everything about it looks great, but it's just, there's no strength to it. I haven't even put it together yet. I was gonna drill holes and put nuts and bolts in it, and then I found this other one. I found a 72-inch Craftsman bench that has adjustable legs, so I could get it up as high as I want right off the bat. So I think I'm gonna like mix the two together and maybe slide like a toolbox underneath the bottom of it.
Yeah, Seven is saying, what about the strong rubber mats like you can get for gym supplies?
Yep, I actually have some industrial carpet mat that they put right inside the doorways of business and stuff, and it's got like a rubber edge all the way around it, and then some carpet in the middle. I thought about using some of that underneath some boards, because I'm going to bolt it to the wall and I'm going to bolt it to the floor. I don't mind drilling a few bolt holes up close to the baseboard, up close to the wall, because if I ever move the desk or get rid of it, furniture or something will hide those. But I can't have any. I don't want to drill and bolt the front legs down, out in the middle of the open of the room.
Yeah, and real quick, Stacy said good night out there, so she's going. So make sure she's going to bed. So good night, Stacy. Hopefully your headache goes away. Well, might not, because you still got to put up a snob. So, oh well.
All right. Night, Mystic. We'll miss you.
And Midnight said out there, he's saying he's sick now. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Oh yeah, I hope it's not the sickness.
Have you noticed nobody's gotten the flu or a cold this year at all? Everybody's only gotten COVID.
Oh no, I've gotten a cold. I know that.
Oh, don't say that. They'll come in and stick something down your nose and tell you had COVID.
Nope, because my doctor said otherwise. It was a cold. In fact, I had a sinus infection. So my doctor doesn't believe in all this coronavirus bullshit either.
It's just the flu. There are people who have underlying conditions who die from different strains of the flu every year. Unfortunate, and people are shaking their head going, but they seem perfectly fine to me. Didn't know they had a heart murmur or something else. Or there are people that leave the hospital, outpatient surgery, leave the hospital that day, go home feeling good, don't wake up in the morning. Complications. Things happen all the time. I'm not saying it's fair, and I'm not advocating for anybody to be sick or to pass away, but it happened. We're acting like they weren't even this. I don't think they were this paranoid over the damn Spanish flu, and that should kill you in hours.
Yeah, Midnight saying he's waiting for his test results to come back. My daughters have both been tested twice and put out of work for a week twice by Walmart. Because if you get tested and Walmart puts you out of work, it's a paid week off. So
okay, good. I was going to say, as long as they're compensated, because otherwise that wouldn't be right.
Yeah, it's a basically they got a week's vacation that they weren't supposed to get. Because neither one of them tested positive, but because Walmart put them out for the week, they couldn't go back to work until that week was over.
I had a snotty cashier at Walmart tell me that they're not enforcing their attendance policy. So on the weekends, they have less cashiers at the local Walmart than normal because people like her call in because they know they're not going to get fired and they don't want to work the weekend. She's bragging about this. This is on a weekday. She's bragging about this.
Yeah, and if you call off, they're not giving you points like they normally would.
Yeah, and that's bull. I understand they're desperate for people. Everybody's desperate for people. Right now, it is so easy to find a job. People are desperate for work, and they're willing to stick any idiot in there doing whatever job they're just because they need a body. So I can understand them almost, paying extortion money to their employees or letting them get away with stuff just so they don't have to fire them. And that's sad. And the fact that it comes back to the consumer. When you go to Walmart or Kroger or wherever it is you go, you're gonna get some of the worst people to deal with because that's all they can hire right now. Or you're gonna go in on the weekend. Your only day off, and the place is gonna be staffed at 25% or 50% because people calling, I ain't working a Saturday. What the hell do you think happens when you work at Walmart or Burger King or at the mall or whatever? You're working weekends, you're working nights. That comes with, I'm at a damn factory. I'm driving home right now. Work 3 hours on a Sunday night. If that ain't stupid, I don't know what is. But it comes with the damn job. If I don't like it, I go find something else. That's why, they can do what they want. They're their own company, but not enforcing their attendance policy just gives these kids more damn entitlement. And I'm not saying anything about your daughter working there or anything else like that. I'm sure she's a hardworking kid, but now she's doing twice the work on Saturday because somebody else decides they don't want to come into work, and that ain't right for her either.
Yeah, one of my daughters is a cashier. My son works in the claims department, and then my youngest daughter works in the deli. They're all three of them work at the Walmart. Two of them are full time, and one is part time, but she might as well be working full time. She works 38 to 39 hours a week, and that's like when I worked Greyhound. I worked 3 10-hour shifts and 1 8-hour shift just so that I didn't get overtime, just so I didn't get full time. And it wasn't my choice. I was like, well, can't you just give me another 2 hours? Like, nope. Janitorial's only an 8-hour shift. I was like, I worked 3 days I worked baggage, and 1 day I worked janitorial to cover for one of the janitor's days off.
Well, normally they pay 3 hours of overtime when you come in and open up the factory on Sunday in my department. Whether or not you're the third shift guy and you stay an extra 8 and keep working till Monday morning, or whether it's my situation where we don't have a third shift guy anymore and that second shift is now filling in for startup. And at first they were not paying me overtime. They were only giving me 3 hours straight time, or 1 hour overtime and 2 hours straight time. And normally I would say, screw you, you're lucky I even come in for 3 hours. But that's still extra money on my check. And they're in a pickle. And right now I need to be smart, not arrogant. Smart says, hang on to your job. You don't want to go out there and be the new guy in the middle of all this garbage. Right now I don't have to wear a stupid mask at work or any of that other garbage, right? So what I did was I did the best I could. Do 3 hours. And after about, I want to say 5 or 6 weeks of it, they started seeing how hard I was working to compensate me properly for it. And they intervened from here on out for those 3 hours. Then a week after I started getting overtime, the plant manager comes up to me and goes, I'm looking to try to find a way to get you overtime. Just be patient. And I'm thinking, well, what you don't know won't hurt you. But instead of having a bad attitude, throwing a fit, and arguing and fighting and doing the worst job I can and trying to get them to throw me off that, I did the best job I could for me. Well, a lot of people don't look at work that way. They look at it, who the hell wants to go to work? I don't want to go to work. Nobody wants to go to work. But you can go in there and you can do your job and then some, or you can just go in there and half-ass it. The thing is, though, I don't like it when a company rewards somebody for half-assing it as well as they reward somebody who gives 110%. But, once again, if I don't like it, I suppose I can just change job.
Yeah. The thing that got me about Greyhound, I could have used 2 more hours and I'd have had full benefits. And Greyhound had some really good benefits at that time. Full medical, which was all paid for by the company and everything. So I was like, yeah, I could use that healthcare plan. But no.
So they were doing it on purpose so they didn't have to pay benefits to you.
Yeah, basically. And there was only two guys in the terminal that had 10-hour days. I was one of them. Another guy had 4 10-hour days. I had 3 10-hour days. And then I had another 8-hour day.
Did you see any way where you could weasel extra hours or change positions or work your way into another job and then get that? Okay, there wasn't. Okay.
No, that was it. I had what they called a preferred position, which, like I said, there was only 2 of us that were getting 10-hour days. If I'd have got just 2 more hours, I'd have got full benefits. Here's something you might not know about Greyhound. If you work at Greyhound, you can go anywhere in the country for free on their buses. They give you a card if you're full time. You just show the driver the card. If there's room on that bus, you're on your way.
Yeah, you can get
Yeah, but
that
you know how-
treatment from an airline too.
Yeah, but you know how long it takes to get somewhere on a Greyhound bus?
Well, it depends on if you're going on an express or a local. An express, you might have 2 stops between where you're leaving from and where you're arriving at. If you're on a local, you're going to be on that bus for days, depending on where you're going.
3.5 days to go from Washington to South Carolina.
And that was going all over the.
How many locals were you on that run? Do you know?
I don't know. I zigzagged across the country. I probably saw the same place 4 times.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah,
on
I took a Greyhound once from North Carolina to Mississippi and back, and I guess I must have been on a local because the only time we stopped and changed buses was in Charlotte. Otherwise, we stopped at every podunk town, and I mean podunk. And yeah, I got to see parts of the South that I had never seen. That took forever. Oh man, that was rough.
Squib, you remember when we were going to D.C. where Hagerstown was, off of I-70?
Yeah.
When I was coming back from Fort Benning, I took a Greyhound. I got to Atlanta. They put my bag on the wrong bus. My bag got to Hagerstown before I did.
Was it waiting for you?
Yeah, my bag was waiting there when I got to Hagerstown.
Huh.
Sounds like you got on the wrong bus.
No, I got on the right bus. The bag didn't get on the right bus. I got stuck. The idiots told me
The bag ended up on the bus, and they rerouted it, and they still got it there before you.
Yeah. They put the bag on the later bus, which wasn't a local. It got to Hagerstown before I did. I got stuck on a local. My bag got put on one of the express runs.
Well, when I fly, I take nonstop whenever possible. There's 2 reasons. 1, the amount of time, and 2, I don't know why, but it's always cheaper. So I don't know why somebody would intentionally go on a flight with a layover. I mean, like if it's a layover for a day and you were going to stay there for, do something in town for a day, but when it's like a 2-hour, 4-hour layover in Atlanta or Chicago or something, and they got a nonstop flight, dude, why would you not take the nonstop?
Oh, I didn't have a choice in the matter. Out of Columbus, Georgia, that was the only bus.
Yeah, with the bus, it might be a little bit different, but I'm just saying that I've only rode the bus, twice, but flying I've done all the time, and I mean I've had to take flights where there was a layover because I took a puddle jumper or something like that. I guess you could say, but for the most part, though, I just don't understand why somebody go, yeah, just give me that one. Stick me in Atlanta for 4 hours for no reason at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what happened is the idiot at the ticket counter put me on the shuttle to Columbus, from Columbus to Atlanta, and then put me on the local from Atlanta to DC instead of putting me on the express from Atlanta up to, I'm trying to remember where, Columbus, I think, and then go across from there.
Was it cheaper?
It wouldn't have been any cheaper, but it would have been quicker.
Huh.
Because you don't pay any less to be on an express or any more to be on an express than you do on a local. They're the same price.
See, when I bought my bus ticket, I didn't know they had 2 of them because I'd never been on one before. And I just let the guy, I said, this is where I want to go. And he said, this how much? And I gave him the money, and that was that. Had no idea we were going to be stopping every 15 freaking minutes. It seemed like. I mean, it was just,
having worked at Greyhound, I knew all the bus routes. I got my ticket, and it's like, why am I going through?
Different. I mean,
but there was nothing I could do. I had no say in the matter. Whatever they routed me, that's the way I had to go.
Well, you know, I've always wanted to take the train to Las Vegas. I could pick it up in Pontiac, Michigan, take it to Las Vegas. Well, no, I can't. It goes all the way to Santa Fe, and then you get on a bus for 2 days to Las Vegas. It costs more than a 4-hour nonstop flight to Las Vegas. That's even with baggage fees and everything. And it takes 4 days instead of 4 hours. And I'm going, why the hell would anybody use Amtrak for anything? But I don't know. I suppose taking a train to Chicago from here, that would be affordable, or that would be kind of fun. But
Rob out there says the bus give you a military discount. It's worth getting. I didn't pay for. What happened was I paid initially, then I filed a paper with the recruiting station, and I got everything that I paid for my bus trip home from basic refunded to me by the military. So eventually I got all my money back. So I didn't even pay for that bus ride in the long run. I had to keep a receipt of everything that I spent money on that trip. Like if I bought something to eat or something, I had to have a receipt for it because they refunded everything.
One of these.
So go ahead, Squib.
Oh, Rob was talking about military discount for bus. Still, I mean, I could drive there faster or fly there faster. But flying, I've never gotten a military discount for flying, but they did hold the plane for me once. I got to the airport late, and I was in uniform because you're supposed to travel in uniform. Mm-hmm. And they called to the gate, and they said, hold the plane. It's a Marine. And I mean, I'm dashing through the airport like O.J. Simpson in Service Alpha uniform, trying to hold my bearing and everything. I get there, and they held the whole plane because I was running late. That's my dumb ass. But they held the plane for me. But if I had not been in uniform, they wouldn't have held the plane for me.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. That's a good one.
I couldn't get the military discount since I was being sent home on leave pending discharge. They took my military ID from me before I left the base.
No, seriously, I jumped over some stuff like OJ in the Hertz commercials. And now one time my dad was flying in uniform and he was on a layover and he decided to change into civvies. And he says, oh man, they'll move you up to first class. They'll give you, this, that for free. They'll say yes, sir, and no, sir to you. They treat you real nice. People are nice. They're courteous to get out of your way, have my seat, whatever it is. And then once you put on civilian clothes, you still got the haircut and everything else, but you're just another mother, and I'm like, wow. But I never took any flights when I was in the service. I thought about doing that. I'm like, well, Dad did it. I must see if something changes. But I always take it non-stoppers in that I can remember. So I never got a chance to change it up to see if the people on the plane changed their attitude. But you know what? I never, wore it to get any special this, that, and the other. But I just thought that was so cool that they held the plane for me. I didn't say like I've got to get there. We're going to war or nothing. I just, going back to base. So that was before all the 9/11 crap. That was before all the TSA and all that horse shit. Well, yeah, but Rich. Well, I'd say you could show them your orders or your discharge paper or whatever. Most civilians look at that. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah. Well, I had my leave papers. They said that's not, it has to be an actual military photo ID. So, oh, beautiful. They just took it from me at the post before I left,
But, Squib, couldn't you do a train from Michigan to like Seattle, transfer there, and take a train down?
That would be even further.
Or even a different, like, transfer somewhere along the line?
To go from Michigan to Seattle and Seattle to Las Vegas? That would be a longer ride than straight to Santa Fe, and then
Yeah, that would be a ridiculous.
I'll tell you this way: if I drive nonstop, I mean as nonstop as I possibly can, I could make Vegas in about 28 hours. I think. All right.
Wasn't it roll call when he flew to Tulsa? They routed him from Chicago to Houston, then back up to Tulsa.
I don't know, but sometimes these airlines do that. I understand they have hubs and stuff like that. I get that. You know, some of that, it just, okay. But like I said, I just try to avoid that. But the thing is, you know, if they said the flight is a lot cheaper if you take a layover, I might consider taking a layover, but I've never seen, when I'm searching for airfare, I've never seen a nonstop be more expensive than one with a layover or two layovers. So, but yeah, if they've got an express train from Pontiac, Michigan to Las Vegas, Nevada, you know, where you don't have to take a bus for 2 days, I might consider it. But once again, it's got to be cheaper than an airline flight. I understand it might still take 2 days, not 4. And I'd be going for the train ride, right? Not to save money per se, but for the whole experience. But you know, I would expect something like that. I would end up paying less anyhow. So I don't know. One of these days, maybe I'll take the train to Chicago just to say I did it. I mean, that can't be that long. I imagine it's probably 5 hours.
Do they have like a scenic train route and just like running around Michigan and back home up there?
They've got some where you can go on a railroad that is, I guess it's a scenic route, but I don't know if it's like a privately owned railroad where it doesn't spur off to anything or whatnot. You know, where you're on the dinner car, they do the murder mystery, or there's probably 4 of those in Michigan, and there's a couple up in Ontario.
Yeah, there's a few of those around here.
Yeah, there's a couple here that run you down into the southern part and run in the eastern southern parts, and you kind of hit through some hills and mountains for the scenery.
Yeah.
They whip you back, maybe 3-4 hour adventure.
Yeah, something like that would be good for like when the leaves are turning. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
Or like a date, you know, date night or something like that when you're going on one of the mystery ones.
There's one out of Winslow, Arizona that goes right to the south rim of the Grand Canyon. Eventually, I want to take that one.
Well, if you do go to Winslow, you gotta stand on a street corner and have your wife rent a flatbed Ford and pull up and pick you up.
Nah, we're not gonna do that or go there for their standing on the corner festival. If I go to Winslow, it's to pick up the train, but it's also to go to Meteor Crater. So,
well, I was saying you could do that like a video for on your channel. You know, silly little video.
You know, I do all kinds of. I got a dishwasher video coming. Yeah, I do all kinds of silly videos. Maybe I could do something, but flatbed Ford, man, I don't know. I'd have to rent one. I suppose I could rent one from the Home Depot, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Now, if I go up that part of the state, I haven't gone up to that part of the state yet. I do want to go to Meteor Crater.
Hey, just take one of those Ford emblems from work and put it in front of your bow tie on your truck. And
Yeah,
most people won't even know the difference.
No, they won't. If I can, I'll have to get some of the Ranger logos we've been making for the side there, the quarter panel ornaments. Yeah, and duct tape it over the Duramax logo or something there.
Yeah. Awesome, Pfeffer. Apparently, Moo wants rabbit. Where's my awesome Pfeffer? The Bugs Bunny cartoon. This is the strangest tasting awesome Pfeffer I've ever had. It was a carrot. Nobody remembers that Bugs Bunny cartoon?
I do, but I couldn't think of anything interesting to add to it. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, You know, it was one of them times where I'm at a loss for words, which is good for you guys. Almost home. I think I'm going to sit down and have some beer and pasta. All those carbs, all those gluten. Yum, 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 yum.
My wife made basically pulled roast beef and barbecue sauce for dinner tonight with onion rings and corn on the cob.
Oh, that sounds good.
Hey, Squib. On Gizzard Gary's chat today, somebody had a squib load in a revolver, and they were trying to get advice and working on trying to get that squib load out. And I put in the chat, I said, if it's a squib load, just get some beer or coffee that came from Ohio, and it'll just come running out.
There you go.
Since technically this is the closer now, should I send Moo a link?
Send me a link.
No stones if you don't.
I gotta find it here. If I can just forward this to him.
What kind of beer are you going to have tonight, Squib?
I'm going to have some Yingling Light, but I shot a review video yesterday for Yingling Flight, which is another one of their light beers. It's the first time I tried it. I bought it in Indiana when I went down to go see Roll Call. I bought some warm and brought it home. And I don't know if I'll post it this week or next week, but next time I run down to Ohio, I'll probably pick up some Yingling Flight, some Golden, maybe some Light, maybe some Black and Tan, and then stop at Paco's for some coffee and then some lunch.
I tried a beer that I'd never had before the other day, a Heineken Los Angeles blend or something, Los Angeles brew.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I never heard of that one either.
Yeah, it said Los Angeles on it. Something City Brew. That's what it said. Los Angeles City Brew. I never really had a Heineken, maybe once in my life. It was okay. It was kind of seemed like watered down beer or something.
So, Rob, you on your second movie now, or are you still on the or still on the first one? He's out there in the chat. He tried jumping in, but it kept cutting out.
Where's he at the drive-in?
Yeah, they went to the drive-in. They're seeing Cabin in the Woods, and I forget what they said the second movie was. So, what did you think of Cabin in the Woods? That was the first one, right? And there's Moo.
Meh.
Moo.
Meh. Hello, everyone. Welcome to This Week Unloaded.
No, we're in the closer now. Just Midnight playing sick.
Bawoosh.
Oh, the rental was first? Okay, I thought you said the Cabin in the Woods was first. Okay, well, forget I asked then, because you haven't seen it yet. He has never seen Cabin in the Woods.
Neither have I.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I have either.
It's the
Never even heard of it.
it's like it's the horror movie, sci-fi kind of movie that has the guy that played Thor in it.
I'm gonna have to Google.
It has a twist ending.
No.
Okay, it's a good movie.
Pretty much, if the movie's been made in the last 23 years, I haven't seen it unless it's kind of military related.
Watch Cabin in the Woods, man. It is a good movie.
Okay.
Yeah, Midnight's out there saying Cabin in the Woods is a cool flick. Yeah, that was really good. The ending sneaks up on you kind of in a way. Well, the ending starts halfway through the film. It's honest to God, it does.
Actually, I may have seen that one. I don't know. We watched something kind of like that.
Hey, that Heineken beer I was talking about, I guess it's probably just the label. I have another one here. They're called City Editions, but this one's called Amsterdam. So I think it's just their label and it's just regular beer.
Yeah, it's like when Coke puts the names on the bottle. Like, sure, a Coke with and it has a name. Or like the state quarters or something like that.
Yeah, it's just a bottle with their different little logo on it or something.
Rob says Rolling Rock is better.
I'm gonna have to take issue with that.
Okay. You just left it at that and then never said why.
Oh, I never back up my claims.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
How come Rob's not in here?
He can't get his connection to stabilize because they're at the drive-in.
I wanted to ask him why he got deleted from a chat earlier this week.
Deleted?
All of his comments were deleted, not retracted. And I missed what he was saying, so now I'm pissed. Because that probably would have been good. I don't remember. I just remember like, oh, Rob. Maybe he remembers.
Was that when somebody butt banned him or something? Is that him?
I don't know.
I remember somebody got butt banned the other day because somebody had their phone in their sat down and
oh, maybe.
I don't remember if that was him or not.
Okay, Rob's saying that he didn't know anything about it.
Oh, shit. What was it? I have to think about it for a second. Look back through my stuff. But he had like 5 or 6 comments that were just deleted.
Whose show?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I'm looking.
Well, I got a wrench. You want me to do it right now and we can relive the moment?
No sins if you don't.
No.
Faust said it was Mr. FNH that butt banned somebody. I don't remember who it was though. I saw Mr. FNH butt ban him. I'm like, what the hell? So I unbanned the person. He's like, oh, I butt banned them. And Rob's like, I'm pissed and I don't know why.
Was that on my show?
Well, when Mr. FNH did it?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't yesterday. It was a couple days ago. It might have been on Night Strikes.
Night Faults.
Yeah, it might have been Night Strikes Friday show when that happened.
You should put that CLP on a blue dress and auction those off.
Well, it might have been Gary's. It was either Gary's or Night Strikes, if I remember right, when FNH butt banned somebody.
Uh-oh.
We lost Squib. He's on cell phone too, so I'm not surprised. He's on his way home, and that happens sometimes.
Well,
yeah, being around Detroit, and I can tell you, there's spots in Detroit, even though there's like towers everywhere, there's some certain spots over there that just loses signal.
Yeah, well, you remember when they did that Straight Pride parade in Boston? Everybody who was live streaming it, when they got to a certain spot, lost their signal in the middle of downtown Boston.
Hey, let me ask you a stupid question.
Who? Me?
Anybody.
Okay.
I'm qualified.
When you do these, when you hop on the chat here with your cell phone, do most people just use the phone, or do they have like those little mini earphones and microphones, or are they just letting the phone go?
Either way.
I just use the phone. I don't have to worry about running a microphone or Bluetooth headset or anything.
I was
My
gonna
wife
say,
would
I
probably be appreciative if I did, but I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never done a last funeral. I found that I remember the time I had to take my wife to the emergency room. That was a fun show. It was my show. I started it on my computer. That was one of the weeks that Midnight wasn't able to do his show too. On top of it, if you guys remember back, that was what, like a year ago.
Midnight must be spying through my windows at night.
I'm trying to remember who all
That's
was.
a scary thought.
I know. Can you imagine looking out and seeing that thing pressed up against your bedroom window?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember who was in here.
Might as well let him in before the neighbors see him.
Yeah. Believe it or not, that was actually one of the nights when Snob was actually using his own link and not Stacy's to be on the show in the first place. But I had Gary in here, Snob was in here, Obnoxious was in here, Kingpin I think was, and I don't remember who else. I don't remember if you were here or not for that one, Jason.
I can't remember. What'd she go to the hospital for?
Christ, what was it?
Was it ear? Was her ear?
No, it was
something off her ears.
No, it wasn't her ear. It was God, she was having heart palpitations.
Ooh.
That night, I think is what it was. If I remember right. Christ, this was a year ago. I don't remember what the hell I was going over to the emergency room for.
Rich, can you even remember what you did yesterday?
Yeah, I watched part of your show. Watched Rick's show.
Now that's what I did.
Before I watched your show, I was watching a replay of another channel's show from the day before that I had missed. So yeah, I remember what I did yesterday. Went to Walmart at one point yesterday too. I think it was that Friday. No, that was yesterday. My wife got home from work. No, that was Friday when she got home. So yeah, I didn't go to Walmart yesterday. I went to Walmart today.
So what's with the star?
Oh, Jason's the sheriff. I got disconnected because we had a slight power outage earlier. Remember?
Well, yeah, I know about that.
So he got the moderator status now. Squib left, so now Jason.
Yeah.
Has it.
So we're not playing the drop and come back until you get the star back.
It doesn't matter. The way the night's been going with people dropping in and out, with our luck, Jason will drop out and he won't be able to get back in.
Yeah, probably. My internet will be fine. It's my computer that'll probably just give up.
Squib, I don't know. I didn't kick you out. Jason didn't kick you out. I mean, Jason's the only one that could have. Signal, maybe?
Nah, I didn't kick him out or anything. I didn't touch nothing.
He said they wouldn't let him back in. I don't know.
Is there something I can click? I didn't even know.
Yeah, you got different tools that you can do. See how you got the little corner, the little
star?
You got the star, so that makes you the sheriff in town.
Okay.
And I see little dots up in the upper right-hand corner on everybody. You should have different options there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it has one's called kick out, but yeah, I didn't even touch anything. I didn't even touch my mouse.
I don't know, Squib. I don't know what to tell you, man. But he said he's gonna go drink his beer and eat his spaghetti. So enjoy your beer and spaghetti, Squib.
What happens if I drop out and come back in? It'll give you the star.
It'll move to somebody else. It'll probably go to either G23 or Move. Well, it might not go to Move because I was in there first, but it might because this thing works goofy. It doesn't go in order of people entered. It just does it at random.
Well,
It'll probably go to Moo.
Obnoxious is saying that you're drunk with power, Jason.
You will respect my authority.
With great power comes the chickens home to roost. Is that how that goes?
I don't know. You might have to ask Gary. You want me to hop out and see if the star moves?
That's if you want to take the chance on not being able to get back in.
Shooting star?
This isn't a Bad Company song.
Yeah. Well, I'll try it real quick. It should let me back in. Everything's been working fine on my end.
Roll the dice.
Well, we'll try it.
He's got stones.
Hey, I got it back. Woo-hoo.
Hey! Now it's a real show.
No, this has never been a real show.
It's not fake. Fake chicken man.
Fake gun snub.
Fake snap.
Me?
Rob's still out there. I'm still trying to find the channel. It's
Rob wants a raise, Jason. I don't know what you owe him money for, but he wants a raise.
Oh, it's because I was in charge. He was. But now you have to talk to Rich.
Respect my authority. I have a hat with that on it. I do. Pardon me. Oh, shit. It says South Park's finest on it. See?
I haven't seen South Park in years, but I used to love it.
yeah, same here.
Well, you got one part of that right there, Rob. I won't pay. I'm not rich, though.
Then who are you?
No, everybody thinking I'm rich, like in money wise. That's all Ghost's fault.
Well, you are the 1%er.
Only because Ghost said so. He's the one who gave me that nickname.
You're the rich white guy.
No, that's what A&A calls me. But then I call him the dehydrator. So who in here doesn't know the story about the dehydrator? We all know that story, right?
Yes, I do. My Instagram post was like the dehydrator within like 5 seconds.
Well, since you brought it up, do tell.
Oh, you don't know the story, Jason?
Not very much of it.
Oh, man. So basically, A&A was saying that in high school his nickname was the Dehymenator. And I was like, more like the Dehydrator.
Because he makes all the girls dry.
Yeah, he makes all the girls. He was like, I think all the girls were doing it. I was like, no, more like the Dehydrator. You made all the girls dry when they saw you coming.
Yeah, that's
It went on for a long time, and still,
Yes,
every
it
once in a
did.
while, I still see the dehydrator pop
Oh,
up.
that whole episode of Midnight Show, it just kept going.
Yeah. It was good. That was good.
who was it that said it though to begin with? Said you made him go dry. Good one, man.
And it's just one of those organic conversations. I mean, if you were there, it was way funnier than what you can explain.
Yeah. That was one of those moments like with Alan B. Pro's first live stream. That was a special night too. Just Maggie almost getting into a bar fight. Biker Bob calling Yankee a wanker.
Calling who a wanker?
Yankee
The wanker Marshall.
Marshall. Yeah.
Oh.
And I was like, and that's where people calling him wanky came from. So I was like, no, it's more like wanky. The wanky Marshall. But what? There was a couple other things that came out of that one too. That's where Clover started the whole tree people thing. If you remember when Clover was doing the tree people, the tree people were fighting the lizard people. What else happened? Oh, Bob not knowing whether he had a dog or a horse.
It's like Snob's kids not knowing if it's a sheep or a goat.
Yeah.
Man, I'm totally being serious. I'm because I see a whole bunch of them all the time when I'm driving to work. I'm thinking about getting a new pet. I'm thinking about getting one of them miniature little donkeys.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Did you see? He was eating dinner with the miniature donkey at his table.
Really? I didn't know.
Oh yeah,
I drive by him every day, man. I think it's Shrek, and I go like, my donkey little buddy every day, man. I was like, my donkey little buddy, and I see him like some people only got like one, and he's like sitting there all lonely and shit and stuff, and they'll be just like at the same fence post every day, and one people have like a sheep, a goat, or something, and a donkey, and they just hang together, but. I mean, I got a fence. It's not like he's going to jump over a fence. I thought about like, why can't I get a little donkey?
Yeah, and there's an added benefit. In the morning, he's making waffles.
It's like a donkey eating a waffle.
Well, all my friends are mild farmers and livestockers. They're all into 4-H, and they all got animals and everything. Like, no big deal. But I was like, why can't I have one as a pet?
Go for it.
Why am I thinking that's probably Gary?
The dehydrator.
Yes, good, you can.
It's dry in here.
Yeah, get those little tiny donkeys, or you can get a little tiny horse, and yes, you can house train them. No, it's not Gary. That's got to be obnoxious then.
Obnoxious. That dog won't paddle upstream without a paddle. Nope,
man.
not Gary.
Maybe next year I'll have me a little donkey, man.
Moo, did you ever find your screwdriver? Or you still
What was the one? If you're canoeing upstream and your wheel falls off.
Yeah.
What the hell was the rest of it?
I don't remember.
Something about ice cream don't have bones.
Yeah. How many waffles can you fit in the doghouse? None, because ice cream don't have bones.
That's something like that, yeah. How many chickens does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'm still trying to find that live stream. I can't find it now.
I forgot. Midnight's out there too. It could be him.
Oh, it might have been Terribly Tactical.
Who, that band Rob?
that deleted his comments. I think
Oh.
that might be what it was. It was funny because it just popped up and I clicked on it, and then I saw New York Outcast was out there, and I'm like scrolling up to see what he was saying, and all of a sudden his comments were deleted.
Yeah, he says if you're paddling upstream in your canoe and a wheel falls off, how many pancakes fit in the doghouse? Okay, I was thinking waffles.
None, because there's no bones in ice cream.
Ice cream.
Thing has no bones.
Something like that. Out of the frying pan and into the wooden nickel. I don't know. I was watching the Hens chat last night, and Sarge said that he thought I was entertaining for once. For once.
Yes, he's like, I actually laughed at something Moose said for once.
For once. I'm like, oh, right in the solar plexus. Thanks, Cop Talk.
You see the 22 Trollster out there. Did you see his comments? Why did that get held for review?
I don't know. Is it sexist?
That's totally one of my father's
the only
jokes.
thing I could think of.
Well, I'm gonna head off to bed, so you guys have a good night.
See you later, too. You have a good night, too.
Where you're at.
I'll allow it.
Man, he's early to bed. Are you early to rise too?
3 a.m. Wake up.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
that's what I was asking. I mean,
that
I was
Eastern?
honest. I wasn't joking. I was.
That's a good excuse.
Is that Eastern Standard Time or no?
No, he's Pacific Standard Time. So it's 8 o'clock. He's going to bed at 8 o'clock because he's got to get up at 3 o'clock.
All right. He's like, piss off.
He's like, I'm getting a third degree about going to bed.
That's right. How dare you? How dare you?
What the hell? A girl is making out with a stuffed wolf.
What kind of movies he watching, man?
I was going to say, he's really paying attention to the movie now.
I'm telling you, man, it's a good movie if you've never seen it.
What's it called?
Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, they played it twice? I thought he already seen that one.
No, that was the rental was first, he said. First,
How-
he said the Cabin in the Woods was going to be first, but then apparently they played the rental first, not Cabin in the Woods.
Is this a brand new movie? Has it been out for?
No, it's been out for a few years now.
I think I might have seen that. Is it more than like 3 or 4 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That movie came out before we moved here.
Yeah, I bet me and my ex watched that. That's the only kind of movies we watch 24 hours on our cable. That sounds familiar to me. All we did was scary movies and shit. And cheap, try to be scary movies.
Well, it's more suspenseful than it is really scary. The first half, and then the second half becomes all like sci-fi. But it's like, it's a good movie. It goes from being one thing to another thing, and then it has a twist at the end. So it's really at the very, very end. It's actually a pretty good movie.
Well, now I'm going to have to watch it.
Yeah, I just don't recall anything I've watched about stuffed animals.
Well, it's a stuffed wolf that's in the cabin that they rented.
Ew.
Because it's like a hunting cabin. It's set up to look like a hunting cabin.
Cabin in the Woods.
What if it was Cabin in like Chicago? Cabin in the City.
Well, then you better have some gats on you, man.
Have some stuffed homeless guy with a tarp.
Yeah, right.
Some needles.
Lately used. Low mileage.
It'll be a freaking recreation of H.H. Holmes Hotel.
The dehydrator pops out at the last minute.
No, that'll be in Ohio. There'll be a cabin on Jason's property.
With a little donkey outside.
I don't know, man. Would you want your little donkey getting near the dehydrator? Ain't
No.
gets drunk enough.
Dry up the donkey.
I don't know, man. My pets are free spirit, man. They live how they want. So, you know.
Free range donkey.
Yeah, man. I don't have a leash. My pets don't either.
I don't know. I think that might be the new trend. The mini donkey, those pot-bellied pigs were popular for a while.
Oh yeah, I know.
Now the little mini donkey might set a new trend.
Yeah, Rob. There's little Easter eggs throughout that movie too that you need to look that you can find if you're paying attention.
We bought one of those little pot-bellied pigs, your little whatever, supposed to be Vietnamese pigs. But it turned out to be like a real pig.
I heard that before.
Like 300, 400 pound.
Oh yeah,
4 or 5 feet around. Ugly.
I got
stupid, black, and it's the kids' pets, the old lady's pet. Man, I mean, I had to put up.
You see on the chat, Grandmaster Fudd. Anyone see my open bulled AR? I seem to have misplaced it. Tell me you know what they're referencing there, Jason, please.
Oh, for sure. Because that shoots people every day, all by themselves.
Oh, every day in basic training, somebody's blowing their head off with one of those.
Because you drop it, and it'll go off.
Yeah.
But you got to drop it on its stock, but it still shot the guy in the foot.
Mm-hmm. And the guy that shot him, that had the discharge, was using a shotgun.
Right.
First he says it'll happen with an AR, and he was using the AR to explain how it happens with a shotgun.
Yeah, and it was a full 20-inch AR, and he said it was a bullpup.
Yeah, bullpup shorty.
Yeah, because it kicks like a mule. That's why they call it a bullpup.
Yeah, every day.
Every day.
Oh man! Yeah, how many times you gotta play a drinking game with that video? Every time he says "MFer," you gotta take a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
You're not the only one, Rob. I don't remember that happening either.
Yeah, there's 3 million people a day get shot by guns in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Wait, shouldn't we all be extinct by now?
Yeah. He slams that down and it's like, boom, you just blew your head off. And that happens every single day in basic training.
In basic training. Bulletproof shoes.
He even got whoever it is even has the dude's face as his avatar. Oh man, that's got to be obnoxious.
Every single day.
He's saying this, and he's doing it. It sounds so damn serious, and it's like I'm sitting there just laughing my ass off at this ass.
Yeah, but how many people watch that? Was totally believe everything he said.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Have you ever seen Vocab Malone's channel? He's got
Who's that?
Vocab Malone.
No, I don't think so.
He's a street apologist, right? He does that, doing shit, talking to Hebrew Israelites, the black Hebrew Israelites, and he's got a video on this guy that he did with a live stream of 2 other street apologists, and they just show clips of this guy. He is a total nutcase. He's a failed rapper, claims he was in the military, but that's highly suspect, especially after that last video.
Who you talk about, Mr. Guns and Gear?
Oh, wait, before that. So, Jason, when you got duped out of that pot-bellied pig being a real pig, my brother adopted this little puppy from the shelter. They said it was a beagle. It was a frickin' Saint Bernard. So he wanted this little dog. Next thing you know, it's like this 150-pound frickin' Cujo monster that was biting everybody. So,
Our problem was this little pig we had. We lived in the city,
oh,
and,
geez.
and he would bust out through his cheap ass little fences and shit out back, and he would stand in the middle of the street and block traffic. And the only way you could get him back in to the yard is break out the Twinkies, man. You
Oh,
had to
geez.
coax him in with Twinkies. If you didn't have Twinkies, he'd sit out there and block traffic.
I'll show you.
Funny you should mention Mr. Guns and Gear though, because he's the one that first showed the video of this guy.
I was waiting for that beagle to be a pig. That would have been way funnier.
Mhm.
I bought a rabbit and it turned into a pig.
But that beagle was a pig and his name was Bacon. Too
I
soon?
wonder how many pet pigs are named Bacon.
Oh, Jason had one.
Kevin Bacon.
Who was it? Jim Gaffigan said that if Kevin Bacon's name wasn't Bacon, he probably wouldn't have been as famous as he is now. Because everybody loves bacon. He's got a whole bit, like a 10, 15-minute bit on bacon. He says if you have bacon and you put bacon bits on it, you get transferred forward in time.
And Bob said his phone's almost dead, so he's going to have to wait to talk with us anymore until on the way home. That's if we're still alive at that point. Good Lord. We still got a whole movie to sit through.
I still got a few beers. Let's keep going.
Pow!
Yeah, there's people out there in this chat that have links that he could be jumping in here too. Yeah, two of them got wrenches.
Ranch.
How many piggy banks are named Bacon?
Wouldn't that be a bank, a bacon bank?
Now you're making bacon.
Oh, Jesus. My parents, they used to buy tchotchkes. You know, we used to go to Florida every year. We come back up through Tennessee and stop at Stuckey's or, you know, one of those chain, you know, restaurant / truck stop, hair care tire center thing. And my dad bought this rocks glass, and it had two pigs fucking on it. It said making bacon in Tennessee.
Yeah. You see Grandmaster Fud's last. They just posted it.
Yep.
Gary had
He's on the throw. He's making bacon right now. Long, thin strips, extra crispy. Man, I hope I'm gonna go up to see my dad over Labor Day. I'm gonna see if I can find that rocks glass. I'd love to have it.
Okay, so Gary being on the throne reminds you gotta go see your dad on Labor Day?
No
Yeah.
shit.
that's a strange connection there, Moo.
Well, my dad's name is Jack. And ice cream don't have bones.
Yeah.
Pinching on a loaf. Ma, more meatloaf.
If you want any more meatloaf, Eric, you're gonna have to come up and get it.
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Stand still, laddie.
I didn't watch any movies this weekend. Did you guys watch anything good other than Cabin in the Woods?
Well, I haven't watched that in a while, actually. But I binge watched the new Transformers series on Netflix.
There's a new one?
Yeah.
Oh. Shit.
It's
Is Megan Fox in it?
No, it's a cartoon.
I won't watch
the
it.
prequel of the original series.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah.
Well, I got Netflix.
It's going to be a year till the next goddamn season.
You guys watch any of that Hannah? Is it Hannah? on Netflix.
No, I see ads for that every day.
No,
It's pretty good.
It's like on the front page of Hulu every day.
Now Hulu, I watch Letterkenny on Hulu. You guys watch that?
watch what?
Letterkenny.
Letterkenny.
No.
It's pretty fucking good, bud. My son got me hooked on it, so it's kind of like our inside jokes. We always talk like that. It's pretty funny.
I was looking at Grandmaster Fudd's latest comment. So that's why I started laughing. I can see you people aren't down with the movement. Well, maybe the guy on the crapper is having a movement.
Well, 30 minutes later.
We're going to Montana next. Then we're taking over Canada. God, it's starting to sound like Howard Dean.
Letterkenny.
Doing that goofy yell.
Yeah!
You nut tugger.
Whatever happened to that Howard Dean dude?
Who the hell knows?
The what?
The yeehaw dude. We're gonna go all the way. Yeah!
Oh, Chappelle had a show on that, and it's called he was the Black Bush as the president, and they had another one of the guys.
Black Bush was good, yeah.
Yeah, he got another dude going, yeehaw! That's pretty funny.
My favorite Chappelle sketch was the black KKK member.
Oh, when he was blind?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Was it Clotis the blind? And then he divorced his wife at the end.
Oh my god.
That is funny.
Oh, that dude. He's something else.
Of course, my favorite, really, Chappelle's the man in his show, but my favorite was Charlie Murphy, man.
Oh, man.
I love Charlie Murphy.
Now
Rest in peace.
Yeah, he's out there now saying Howard Dean got too much sun, got real dark, and joined the NFAC.
Yeehaw!
Honestly, I think Howard Dean was like in charge of the DNC before the goofy-looking, whatever you want to call her, from Florida with the spaghetti for hair. What the hell's her name?
Oh, the curly-haired girl?
Yeah.
The one they screwed over? I forget her name. She's got like three. She goes
Wasserman
by all
Schultz.
three names, right?
Yeah, Deborah Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah. I believe he was running the DNC before her. And then they got, Donna Brazile was running it after that or something. And then she got caught giving questions or something to Hillary and lost her job and now works for Fox News. I guess if you want to get hired at Fox, you got to give Hillary Clinton questions on a debate and then they'll hire you after you get fired from the DNC.
I thought you were going to say she was dismembered and died from suicide.
No.
Died from dehydration.
Well, as far as the Democrats are concerned, maybe. And that might be. She might have committed suicide as far as the Democrats are concerned. She's dead to them now. She works for Fox.
Choked on the dust.
Like a mummy.
Fight the power. Grandmaster Fudd, my brother.
My bro.
My brother. What has this turned into? I can't even blame Moo for this. This is them out in the chat doing this stuff.
Yeah, I've been behaving myself today, pretty much. Although I had my 300 blackout sitting here, I was going to tease Midnight about it, but now I can't, so I feel let down.
What kind of 300 blackout?
I got the Spikes Snowflake lower with the 10.5-inch upper. My Sig Romeo 5, some Magpul M-Bus, and a What's my flashlight? I don't know what flashlight I have on this sucker. It's not an Olight. It's Enforce. SBA 3 on the back. Magpul rubberized pistol grip.
Man, I wish we were on a StreamYard right now because I would love to throw this one up on the screen. We're currently running a membership drive for the NFAC. We'll allow up to 10% Caucasian for the next 24 hours only. Act fast.
But wait, there's more.
The next 10 callers.
Yeah, I went to the range with my niece. She weighs about 115 pounds. And she loves shooting that 300 blackout. She didn't like shooting the 5.56, but she loved that blackout. And it, it kicks a little bit more, but not much. Now that 450 I got kicks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think my wife realizes how much that Ruger is going to kick when she fires it. It does have a decent muzzle brake on it, though.
The 450?
Yeah, her Ruger American.
Oh, yeah. I damn near bought one of those.
Yeah, she got the Go Wild camo one with the Cerakoting on the barrel and action.
No way. Yeah, that camo is cool on that.
Yeah. That's what she wanted. It was like she wanted a deer rifle, and we went to the shop, and they had that. She's like, I want that one.
You haven't fired it yet?
Nope.
Got any bullets for it?
Dude, we don't have any. No.
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 What do they usually cost? Do you have any idea?
The bullets, they're expensive.
Are they?
Yeah. They didn't have any in stock either. That was one of those things we went to look for. Apparently, that's a real popular deer round around here.
It is here. We couldn't hunt with rifle here up to just maybe 3-4 years ago, and it has to be the straight wall cartridges.
Yeah, same here in southern Michigan. But
yeah, my whole life when I used to go hunting, it was you could use like a 44 pistol or something, but it's traditionally just slug shotgun.
I got one of those Ultra Slug H&Rs, 12 gauge, and dude, that thing's a tech driver. It's got that heavy barrel on it. And I shoot those Hornady. Was it SST or SXT? One of those. I don't know, but it's cloverleaf them at 100 yards. And I shot a 8-point buck at 89 yards with it, and it hit exactly where I was aiming. And it went about 20 yards and piled up.
The best thing for deer around here actually is your bumper.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially in this 90-degree heat, you drive past it every day after that, you see how much more bloating it's got.
Yeah, around here, you don't run into the deer with your car. The deer run into your car.
Yeah, they'll run into the side of you here, try to jump over your hood, not make it. Stand there and look at it and come out right when you're 10 feet in front of them.
There's a few rounds of 450.
Yeah, those are.
Oh shit. Okay, it's out of the bag now.
The last time my wife had one, the deer hit her car. It jumped over the hood, ended up running over the hood. If she wanted to hit her brake, it would have went through the windshield and landed in her lap.
Oh, that's not good. That's being real lucky not to made it through that.
Some asshole on a 220 going up from Kaiser, where we live in West Virginia, up to Cumberland, Maryland, that stretch there, was baiting the deer along the freaking highway.
He was baiting them? What?
Yeah.
I got to put a red dot on the dashboard then and make sure you aim true.
But no, he was putting like apples and corn and shit out at the one corner for the deer.
Hey man, I had a friend of mine one time, and he was a very large fellow. He was 300 plus pounds, but not fat. He was just a big guy. I mean, like his forearms and shit were bigger than my legs. He's just a big old country boy. And I was sitting at his house waiting on him. And all of a sudden he comes flying in, driveway, full speed, and gets out and starts yelling at his son, "Get my knife, get my knife, get my knife." And we go out there. He hit a deer with his truck. And all it did was knock the deer silly. So he picked it up and threw it in the back of the truck and had a truck cap on it and had the door down. And it was an old Ford where the gas tank is like right behind the back seat. So you're not shooting. And we opened up that cap lid in the back, opened it up, and that deer just stands right up and looks right at us, right? My son bitch grabs his Rambo knife and dives up in there trying to wrestle that deer. And when that deer hoofed him in the side of his head, it sounded like a 2x4 got snapped in half.
Oh, jeez.
But believe it, well, I hate to be gruff, but you know, he special forces that deer. He went in there with that knife and he got it done. And it was a mess. A mess.
Did it ever get out of the back of the truck?
No, but remember the slip and slides and the water just yeah. But he got it done. But damn, that thing put knots on his head. That deer beat the shit out of him, man. Yeah. And he got out the smile. Hell yeah, boys, yeah.
He's like totally worth it.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. His fucking fenders crushed, no grill half missing, headlights gone. He don't even give a shit about none of that. He like, hell yeah.
Just now.
Yeah. He was a good old guy, man. He's a good old
guy. On that front, you guys know who Brock Lesnar is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was on Stone Cold's podcast one time. This was a couple years ago, and Stone Cold asked him if there's anything, if he's ever encountered anything that would humble him or put a fear of God in him. Lesnar looked him dead square in the eyes and said, "A white-tailed deer will humble your ass in a heartbeat."
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, Dehydrator's in the chat.
OH.
Oh, ouch. See what he said? That was a guy that hit a deer and it bounced back, and his antlers got him in the shoulder through the side window.
Ooh.
Ew.
No, that's
going to leave a mark.
Yeah, you think? Oh, god damn. That would hurt. Just a little bit.
I've heard of guys coming up on a deer like they shot a buck and it rear up and injure them, you know what I mean? Break their ribs and stuff. But right through the side window. I never had to worry about, because every time I went deer hunting, I watched everybody else get a deer, and I did real good at hitting trees and dirt.
I thought you were going to say you killed her.
Not very good eating, but it fills you up.
Yeah, trees and dirt, you don't stand a chance with me, armed and dangerous.
I think the easiest deer was the first one. But I'm sure you've heard that story before. Well, I know Jason has.
I haven't. Go ahead.
You haven't heard the story of how I got my first deer?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. All right. My stepfather and I, we were out hunting. He was in one tree. We had these two trees that were like the perfect natural tree stands, right? You get up in the tree. It was one of those trees where it opens up and you got like a big platform just naturally occurring.
Oh, yeah.
So my stepfather was in a tree like that, and I was in a tree like that. But there was a blind spot where neither one of us could see what was coming up that way. So we're both looking in one direction. Next thing I know, I'm hearing this scratching sound, like scratch, scratch, scratch. I'm thinking it's a squirrel, so I ignore it. It keeps going, scratch, scratch, scratch. I start looking around, like, where the hell is this goddamn motherfucking squirrel? I keep hearing scratch, scratch, scratch. I look down. There's a fucking 8-point buck below me scratching on this goddamn tree. I go to bring the rifle around. I can't get the rifle because of where it's at and the branches behind me. So I have to sit the rifle aside quietly not trying to spook this deer. I reach down, I pull out my Smith & Wesson 66, cock the hammer back ever so slowly and quietly so I get a nice crisp trigger pull and single action. Boom! Right down through the back of its head. Severed his spinal and the deer just went spread eagle.
Nice. Yeah, I never heard that story.
My stepfather looks over at me with the confused look on his face. What the fuck are you shooting at? I just point straight down. His eyes bugged out like a cartoon character.
I was just telling Rob about my black powder deer hunting experience. I was telling him yesterday, but one season, friends of mine wanted to go deer hunting, and my friends and family, who I was just telling you about, jumped in the back of the truck like Rambo. They lived in southern Ohio, and it was much better hunting there than where we're at. Well, my friend wanted to go muzzle loading hunting, and I didn't have a muzzle loader or anything. Never even touched one before, And I was like, I don't know, but he talked me into it. So I ran out to either like Walmart or Myers Square at the time, I forget, and I bought like a $129 muzzle loader. And he had all the stuff. Okay. So we go to his house and we go out in the garage and I load up this muzzle loader and like I shot at like a milk jug, I don't know, 25, 50 yards out, right? That's my only practice. Okay, let's hop in the truck. Let's drive 3 hours, go down to the hills, go hunting. So we go down south and I go to the people I know and we're all ready to hunt. And right when I'm stepping into the woods, I mean, just starting, a black deer jumps out. I'd never seen one in my life. I pull the gun up, it goes snap and don't go off. I'm like, what the hell? So we go back up to the house and I do the whole pulling the slug back out and unload it and everything, load it back up, take a test shot, shoots just fine. Okay, that's great. So I go out and it'd been out for most of the day and I'm coming back up a hill that the guy who owns the land brush hogged it out. And I'm coming back up this hill and this deer jumps out of a briar bush and about comes down directly on top of me. Right? And then it don't run away. It stays right there, just kind of like not even looking at me and dog walking around, sniffing bushes and shit. And I mean, I could hit it with the rifle like an axe. It's so close to me. I pull off a shoot and it goes snap. Don't go off. I'm like, what the hell? And the deer never ran away. And I moved back and it moved a little bit forward. And I sat down there and I just like put a new cap on it and some powder at the end and everything. Pulled up, went snap, and it never went off again. That deer's like, I mean, I could have ran up and beat it with like a club. Right. And I go back up to the house and everybody's like, what are you doing? Shooting a 22 down there? And I'm like, this thing don't work. And it wouldn't go off. Unloaded it, loaded it again, and it fired. And then I found out from my buddy this black powder, the gunpowder we're using. Oh, he's had it just sitting in the bottom of his closet for like 5 years.
Oh, no.
So as soon as you were outside, and it did snow, there was snow on the ground at that day. So as soon as it was in the gun for like probably more than a few minutes, it wouldn't go off. But I mean, that deer came up out of that. I didn't even see it. It was in a briar bush, as big as I am, 5-6 feet tall. I didn't even see it. And she jumped right out and about came down on top of me and then didn't go nowhere.
Damn.
Uh-huh. On land where I could have saved my tag and everything if I would have dropped her.
Grandmaster Fudd out there. He says you should have just dropped your XM15 bullpup out of the tree. It would have blown the deers on their fucking head off. Happens
every single day.
Yeah. Oh, I thought about that for you. I never really thought about like going hunting with just a revolver or something. But from that day, I learned the importance of it. Would be nice to have had a handgun or something for a backup at that moment.
Yeah, he says your deer was a member of the NFAC.
Because it was black.
Because my gun didn't work.
Did you see that one where the guy had the the AR in 22, and it was all jammed up on the
Yeah,
on
that
the
was one
picture.
of the video clips that Vocab showed in his show.
Hey, that black powder rifle I had, like I said, it wasn't going off after the powder was in it. Well, I had a time there, I had to unload it. You know, you put the little screw in your ramrod and try to pull that slug out. I snapped that ramrod right in half trying to unload it. I threw it all back in the box. I took it back to the store, loaded and everything, and got my money back.
This like don't work.
Never been muzzle loading in my life. Never have touched black powder the rest of my life.
Yeah, I used to kill a lot of deer with my black powder. I had a Winchester X150, so you could throw 150 grains of black powder in it, and that thing was a pretty good shot. And over the years, it started it's kind of spraying the pattern around a little bit. And the last time I hunted with it, my buddy has 300 acres, and they always call me in for muzzle loading and bow hunting to clear out some of the does. And so I'm sitting in the shack one night, and I put my rifle up, and I shoot this doe at like 75 yards, and it drops like a sack of potatoes. And on the hunting camp, it's everybody has the radios, and they're like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "It was me. It's Brown and it's down." And they have rules where you just don't go out and like grab your deer before dark, so you don't mess up anybody else's hunt, right? And so I crack open a bottle of scotch, and I'm sitting there waiting for dark, and I jump in the truck, go back to the cabin. We start a campfire, we cook dinner, we're dicking around, we're like, we should go get your deer. So we jump on the quads and we run out there. The deer's still alive. I shot it in the neck, and it just dropped. It severed its spine and dropped it. It was in the snow, and you could see like where its legs were like slowly going through the snow, like making a snow angel, like a death angel. And we're out there in like t-shirts and jeans. We're just going to get the deer, going to bring it back and gut it and hang it. So nobody has any guns because we're drinking. So I had to whip out the knife and do the dirty on it. I'll never ever do that again. That is so bad.
It's a memory that'll stay with you.
Oh, I will never. No, I'll always. And I had my 357 on me the whole time. Other than, we got back to the cabin, everybody's drinking. I'm like, I'm not taking my gun out. If the ranger came by and we're all hammered and I'm popping one in the head, it's like, you're going to jail.
Yeah, but it's okay if you're hammered and using a knife to kill one.
Right.
Which do you think will look worse, Moo?
I think I get out of the knife one, not the 357 one.
I think you'd have a hard time with either.
It was. I'll never. Nope, never do that again.
Ranger pull up like, what the?
Because I was a bow hunter for 20 years before I started gun hunting for deer, and every deer that I shot with my bow, I watched it drop. You shoot it through the Boilermaker, and it hops and jumps around, about 20 yards and sits there and then just tips over. And, that's the way it should be, quick and easy. And this one, I felt so bad for sitting there for so many, 2-3 hours, still alive. And then I had to slit its throat, and it was so bad. This awkward silence is brought to you by This Week Unloaded.
No, I was reading ANA's. He has a question. Okay, question for the group. Shoot Sasquatch just to prove he's real? After, of course, you ask, hey, idiot, is that you in a suit? Because I'm going to shoot you.
Well, I'll go back and make dinner first on a campfire and then slit your throat. Take your mask off. I got to slit your throat.
Well, on a serious note, I'll give you
Jenkins, the bank manager.
Yeah, I'll give you my honest answer. If I seen Bigfoot and I had a gun, I would shoot Bigfoot.
Yes, so would I.
Put your
Bye-bye.
turkey tag on it.
I was scared. Prove me wrong.
He was coming right at me.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
threw a rock at me, man.
Harry and the Hendersons, man, if I were John Lithgow in that movie, I'd been pulling a pistol and shooting that son of a bitch in the head.
Shit, some bitch tear my house up like that, man. I'm gonna bust a
I
few
never even
caps
got in
in
my
it.
car. What are you talking about? I just shot him right there on the side of the road.
He was trying to make me eat Jack Link's teriyaki. I don't like Jack Link's teriyaki.
This
I
goddamn
don't-
Bigfoot just attacked my car.
Yeah, I don't like things that's been dehydrated.
Dehydrated things.
The moister, the better.
Yeah, kind of ruins the attitude and the mood.
And you have to ask yourself, why isn't the thing moist? Is it my problem? Is it your problem?
It's his problem.
She's just not that into you.
Exactly. So you kill her anyway.
You know, I may not be good, but at least I know what good's supposed to be.
I'm not as good as I once was. Dehydrated.
You know what? I'd shoot Bigfoot just because it would piss Yankee Marshall off.
He's always pissed off.
Oh yeah, I'd send him a hunting photo.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, what was this? He won't say the story where he hunted a deer. Probably similar to my experience. Because he won't tell his hunting story why he doesn't hunt deer anymore.
Because one kicked the shit out of him.
Like that video. That big buck smacking the shit out of you.
That deer said, "Oh no, you didn't!" Came and just got up on his hind legs and started punching the shit out of him, just like the dude at the Chaz did.
Haven't seen or heard anything about Yankee in a long time, man. I did hear something about. I heard in the chats about Chaz and somebody like did something, got in his face or something, or pushed him or something.
Snapped his phone out of his hand.
Slapped his phone. Yeah. Well, he shouldn't have went down there. I guess I don't know.
But everything was good. It was like a street fair.
Yeah.
He's a wanker tool.
Yeah, I hadn't seen anything about it. I saw Rich's thing earlier. He had a mask on. I'm sure he was just doing that to say something about it.
Oh yeah, when that random one that showed up in my YouTube feed, it was like, what the fuck is that guy doing here? I don't even subscribe to that asshole. I haven't been subbed to Yankee for like 2 years now.
Yeah, I got to wear. I have two jobs. One of my jobs, and when I work in the hospital, I have to wear a mask all the time, and it fucking sucks.
Yeah, my wife's the same way. She has to wear a damn mask when she's working in the hospital. She
Every
only
time. Yeah, I was gonna say every time we get into the department, we just close the door and everybody takes their masks off, like going, ah.
Yeah, they'll go back in the break room and take their masks off.
Oh, for sure.
I was at the gas station the other day with a state patrol. Was in there getting gas, and the only two people that didn't have masks was me and him.
Yeah, the other day when we went to Walmart, some black chick's like, "Oh my god, he's not even wearing a mask," and started, and I just gave her a look, and she shut up and walked the other way. Like, yeah, don't mess with me. I'm not the one you want to mess with.
Well, and the thing is, if you have a condition that prohibits you from wearing a mask, how do they know?
Yeah, and in this state, if you do, it's right in the governor's order, you don't have to wear it if you do. And
exactly,
our mask order, Walmart wouldn't apply anyway, because it's only if you only have to wear masks in places where 6 foot social distancing isn't possible.
Mm-hmm.
Did I tell you, Rich, about my glasses the other day?
Yeah.
Well, did I? Well, tell me.
Your glasses.
Yeah, this is because of the mask order. I don't have any glasses anymore. I was waited till I got all the way up to the door to go in the grocery store, and they had to have a mask, and I had a mask. I pulled out my pocket, and the little rubber band strap pulled out of the staple on one side, right?
Yep, I know.
And there wasn't enough room to get in, so my instant thought is, I'll poke a hole in the mask and tie the rubber band, right? I didn't have anything on me at all. I had my helper in my truck. I didn't have my car keys or nothing to poke a hole. So I take my glasses off and I try using, the arms, the ears, and my glasses to poke it through. And I dropped my glasses.
Oh, shit.
And when I reached down to pick them up, I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't slow motion. I stepped on them. I reached down to get my glasses and stepped on them with my foot, man.
He watched
couldn't stop. Yeah, couldn't stop.
He watched in slow motion as he stepped on his own glasses.
Nothing worse when you got no one to blame but yourself, man. You just got to take it. It's just like a moment of silence. Like, yeah.
I blame the governor for making you wear that mask, because otherwise you wouldn't have stepped on him.
I do too. That Rhino son of a bitch ain't getting my vote next time. They lied to me and got my vote this time, but shame on you.
Yeah, Whitmer didn't get my vote last time, and I don't know if she's going to run again or not up here in Michigan, but she can.
She thought she was going to be the vice presidential pick.
She is a. I don't know. I don't know if I can say cunt on your show, but
you just
did.
You guys remember that? She legitimately thought she was going to be Biden's vice presidential pick.
She did.
She still could be, man. Don't count nothing out. Like today, I said I drove down the street, and some people got a sign out that says, "Say no to socialism, vote for Biden." It takes all kinds to make a world, but we got an awful lot of the wrong kind.
You got to remember, she'd have to be wearing blackface because Biden swears up and down he's picking a black woman, so she'd have to be wearing blackface.
What, Gretchen? You're not black?
I don't want to put a pastor to do it.
Oh my God, she's something.
It worked for what's his face in Virginia. It worked for what's his face up in Canada.
Her whole spiel before she got elected was fixing all the roads in Michigan. She hadn't done shit.
Who did you have before her? Was that a Democrat or Republican?
That was, I think he was a Democrat. What was his name? Started with an S. Shit. Wasn't shit.
No, I don't. It was, but you just don't know it.
I mean, Michigan, the two big cities, Detroit and Grand Rapids are all Democrats. For us to get that Republican electoral vote was pretty huge when Trump won.
I know. That was like when all of a sudden you saw Michigan, then Wisconsin, and then Pennsylvania.
And Ohio.
It was like
Pennsylvania. That was a big one.
Yeah, that was like right there. That was when he won, when they called Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
and that was like your favorite team just won the Super Bowl.
Yep. They're like, no way is he getting Pennsylvania. Bam.
That's the moment tears fell in Brooklyn.
News can now confirm that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania and has clinched the presidential election. It was like, yes!
Man, I'll tell you what, during that election, like my old lady at the time went and voted, and she might have never voted in her life. And most everybody I came across that didn't watch the news or even care about politics, but Hillary Clinton did not get the women's vote. But every woman that I've come across just hated her. and voted for Trump just because, I mean, they just did not like Hillary.
Yeah, did you see the who was it? Rasmussen poll that came out, what, not this past Friday, but Friday before that? Trump's support among whites is around 45%. His support among blacks was like 35%. His support for Trump on other than black or white was at 55%. Let that sink in. What would not white, not black be? They'll be your Hispanics, your Asians, and the other.
Well, I'll tell you, around here, you see 100 Trump signs to 1 Biden sign.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you a good one. Trump, some people got some, like, I don't know where they got them, but they got like huge signs, like 4 foot by 3 foot banners and shit. And Trump's new slogan is God, Guns, and Country.
Yeah, they had some Trump signs at the gun shop. The Trump shirts, rather.
It was Rick Snyder. He was a Republican. That was before Gretchen. Yep. And Jennifer Granholm. She was another pud. Obnoxious. 20.
Yeah. And I will not answer that. Under the 5th, I might incriminate myself.
Well, my wife doesn't watch shit.
Why would he be incriminating himself? Is he violating the Mann Act?
My answer. That's the Mann Act.
Knocking over mailboxes, running through backyards.
You know what the Mann Act is, right? That's like going across state to get a prostitute and bringing her back. He's sneaking into Pennsylvania and getting prostitutes.
Well, who doesn't?
First thing I do when I get home,
no
punch
way.
your mama right in the mouth.
No way you come from my loins.
Hey, you guys all remember John Schneider, Bo?
Yeah, he's got a channel on YouTube.
Yeah, I subscribe to him on YouTube. He's got a movie coming out where he produced it. He's not in it. But everything I've seen so far, it's going to sort of be like a modern day Smokey and the Bandit. They got a Dodge Charger Hellcat with the flaming chicken on the hood of it.
Oh, Jesus.
But
blasphemy.
He's been releasing some few things of some of the car stunts and stuff they've done in that movie. It's going to be called Stand on It, like you're standing on the gas pedal.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a modern day Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, did you watch the video where he recreated one of the General Lee's jumps?
No. And he crashed it?
No, he pulled it off.
Oh, did he pull it off?
Yeah, it's the first time he ever actually did it himself.
Yeah.
Did they blow the horn when he was in midair?
The way he talks, he did, a lot of the real driving. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he did stale and burnouts, but yeah, not jumping. Yeah.
Yeah, he was always mad because they wouldn't let him do the jump. So he went. Now that he's got the money and be able to afford to do it, he went and staged it and did his own. He's like, I'm never doing that again.
I saw one, he put a vid out recently here. In their little movie scene, they took an old Crown Vic cop car and they got it up to speed driving backwards, drove it through like a modular home mobile trailer thing, through one side out the other, down in a yard and into a pond. And they pulled that car up out of the pond, turned the key, and it started right up.
Now, apparently, there's a General Lee at the bottom of a lake somewhere, too.
It needs to stay there, damn racist car.
if they were moving it across the lake and it fell off the barge.
Suicide by Dodge.
Well, there was nobody in it. The car was just somehow the chocks that were keeping it in place came loose and the car rolled right off the edge of the barge.
A 1969 version of Christine.
That was a good movie when I was a little kid.
Christine?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. But you don't know half as much as you think you do, shitter.
Shitter.
Yeah. Run that car in here again, I'll throw you out on your fucking ass.
That was the same kid that starred in Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And the other kid was the same kid that was at the beginning of Top Gun.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
The one at the very beginning that got spooked out by the MiGs. And
Oh, Wolfman?
whatever, turned in his wings or whatever right there at the beginning.
Yeah.
Turns in his wings. He was number 1. You were number 2. Now you're number 1.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm giving you your shot.
Yeah, well, wasn't the girl the one that was in Dragnet with Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks?
Oh, well, there's a good movie. Even though it had Tom Hanks in it. Pedophile fucker.
Dan Aykroyd. Dragnet. He was like totally into it.
Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah, Tom Hanks, that damn Greek citizen.
Pagan. That's all I have to say. Pagan.
What was that guy's name? Emil.
Yeah, Emil, something like that, yeah.
Emil Mars.
Emil Mars, yeah.
That was dude from Superman 2. Remember the dumb one?
Oh, yeah. It was like a pet. They're like, no. Sorry.
What'd they say about that, Abel? Big, dumb, stupid looking, a perfect match.
Come on, Maz, you know it.
Ermanek.
Remember?
You're flying a cargo shit a rubber dog.
You have to write
cargo
them.
shit,
Come
rubber
on,
dog
Maz,
shit
you
out of
know,
Hong
sing
Kong.
along. You have to write them attorney present requesting. He starts rapping the damn Miranda rights to him.
The goat dance.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna go back and watch that movie now too.
And what about the fight with the giant snake where he starts pouring the pills down his throat?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, remember they had like the stewardess, handing out. She had like the dope pill tray. She was just walking around the crowd.
Yeah, he just grabs a whole bunch of them and stuffs them in his pocket.
Uppers, downers, in betweeners. Here.
Freaking sock snake.
People against normacy and decency.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Playpen magazine?
Amo Mud.
Yeah.
Playpen.
Yeah.
Sylvia Mosk.
Muzz. Amo Muzz. Boy, you lost a lot of weight. I've been sick.
Do you know the kind of things that fall into an industrial sausage press?
What about Tom Hanks and Bachelor Party? Did you guys ever see Bachelor Party?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
ironically, you had another animal die from an overdose.
That's right, the donkey.
The donkey.
And all the drugs that were on the table.
My donkey, little buddy.
So when you get your little mini donkey, don't feed it uppers and downers and red ones and green ones.
No, but you know, do you ever guys watch Full Throttle Saloon? They had a donkey that walked around there, man, and I was thinking it'd be cool to have a little miniature donkey, man. That's Donkey, little buddy. That's what I'll name him.
Aren't they out there in like Sturgis or something?
Yeah, they were before the accidental fire.
Oh.
Yeah, he got burnt down. He didn't have no insurance.
Oh, shit.
An extension cord with a cardboard box too close to it.
Ooh.
He lost everything. No insurance.
I used to ride with a bunch of guys that were going to Sturgis, and I'd ride with them up to Mackinac before they went across into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And then they just kept going on and went west. And there was this one guy. He had a hardtail chopper. And they're doing like, I think it was like 1,100 miles. And oh, there was pictures along the way of, I think his name was Jeremy or I don't know whatever. They got pictures of him sitting in one of those gas station, where they sell the bags of ice. He just opened up the door and sit on the bags of ice while everybody was getting food and gas because his ass was just blood red.
Oh yeah, I bet.
He sold it when he got there and bought a Road King for the way back.
Yeah, I had a hardtail one summer, man, and like my longest ride was like 3 hours. Is like an hour and a half one way. I went up to Lake Erie and back, and I got rid of it. Yeah, and I was young. And my body didn't take it. My body did not take it. It vibrated me to like you think you vibrate to numb, but then you vibrate to pain. And I got rid of it. I got rid of it as soon as I was so worn out and tired when I got there, and I was only halfway there, Yeah, they're rough.
My mother lived on a cobblestone street, and one of her boyfriend's buddies had a Fat Boy, and those were hardtails. And he's like, "Hey, you want to take this bike for a run?" I was like, "Okay." I drove up the street, came back down the street, said, "Here you go," handed the keys. I had enough right there. God. You want to talk about a ride to jar your teeth loose? Go up Cobblestone Road on a freaking hardtail Harley.
I had about a 1-inch thick seat that was Velcroed to the frame. Yeah, it was terrible, man. I mean, it was cool as hell around town, but man, when you got out of town, got up to speed. Oh, I mean, even I was young, man. I was less than 30, and I couldn't take it. I
was 18, I think, when that happened. 18, 19. I was like, nope, I ain't doing that again.
I remember one night I was on a bike and I was coming home and I was way out of town, and it was only fall, but it felt like it was like the middle of winter and 20 below. I was so fucking cold. I got so close to the back of this semi-truck, my front tire was damn near touching it, just trying to block the wind off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my mother's boyfriend's 1200 Sportster wasn't anywhere near as bad as what that Fat Boy was. Good Lord, that thing was like trying to hold on to that thing, and because the back wheel just wanted to go every which way, going over those cobblestones. I was like, Jesus Christ. And you're like in every damn, you know how cobblestone roads are, right? And you're like bouncing like crazy trying to hold this bike steady. It's like, that was not fun.
Nope, Pine Ape, this is the closer.
Yeah. We got elected to be unloaded this week, unloaded and the closer.
Hey, I'll be right back. Just 1 minute.
He don't know, Ape. He's waiting for his test results to get back.
So my buddy works for a company that sells the government like 10 million COVID nasal swab test kits a week, and they send them to all their employee, and all the employees have to do their at-home nasal swabs. And he doesn't want to swab his own nose, so he swabs his dog's nose and puts it back in the thing and sends it in. I'm like, why are you doing that? He goes, oh, it's a conspiracy. They're taking everybody's DNA so they can track everybody from now on. You don't need fingerprints to incriminate you. It's gonna be. It's like he's such a conspiracy theorist. I'm like, well, you know,
I realize they can tell if that's human or dog DNA if they were doing that, right?
if they were doing DNA, yeah. But he's like, I think they're taking our DNA. I tried to get Honda to do that for his conspiracy thing on the gay frog, but it kept getting shut down. He got shut down 3 times tonight for showing his AR-15 zombie gun during live stream, and all of a sudden it just gets cut right off.
Dude, I showed my 627 on this stream. I haven't got shut off.
It's somebody's got a hard on for him or something, because it got shut down at least twice. I don't know if it got shut down 3 times.
So I just jumped in. Who got shut down for showing again?
Oh, E Honda. He was on his live stream, the Gay Frog Chat tonight, and he got shut down at least twice.
Yeah, Faust said 3. Yes, Faust said
okay.
3 times.
Everybody's trying to show their guns right at the very end to see if he could get shut down again, so it must have been.
Well, somebody had a hard on for him tonight, that's for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, he should have said it was an airsoft.
Jason, I had my 627 on the stream earlier. We were talking about
your airsoft.
Yeah, the one that you said was an airsoft. Maybe that's why you said it was an airsoft, so they shut us down.
I was just trying to help you out, man.
You want to see another airsoft? I got a really cool airsoft right here.
Does it have orange tape on the muzzle?
No, it broke off. See, isn't that a nice looking airsoft?
Is that 365?
Every day of the year.
Yeah, 365 every day of the year.
Nice.
Is that the XL or just the 365?
That's the standard safe with the thumb safety. The way to make sure you got one that wasn't sitting around in a warehouse forever and still had the issues that the original ones had is to get the one with the thumb safety, because that one wasn't as old as the original.
I sold one of my P320s a couple weeks ago.
Did you make some money?
I didn't really get a whole lot out of it, but I put it toward a gun that I had on layaway so I could hurry up and get it home.
Oh, what'd you get?
I picked up a pair of Colt rail guns, 1911 45s.
Oh, nice.
You should have bought that SIG P210.
Well, they didn't have it then. It didn't show up till a week or two later.
You're supposed to be able to see the future.
I got, I put those Colts on layaway.
That Swiss 210, I was looking around there on Gunbroker, and there was, Uh-oh,
what? Did Mood just have a heart attack? What happened?
He said, uh-oh.
I know he said, uh-oh, and L says he's lost. And now says he's good again. You there, Moo?
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit. Was that me?
Yeah, that was on you because you said your signal went bad.
Oh. Probably 'cause I had too many Alexa devices.
Yeah, the last we heard was you say, uh-oh.
Yeah, because everything was like robotting for me.
Yeah, he said 210 and then uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Let me unplug these sons of bitches. Sounds good, though, when I got music rocking in here in the office. Yeah, that Swiss-made 210 on Gunbroker, one of them was going for like $4,200.
Yeah, the one that he was looking at the shops, guys wanting 1,100 for it. I'm like, dude, grab it.
Do it.
Get the money, put that thing on layaway, man. Get that thing.
Yeah, I'll
And
give a call tomorrow.
He's like, but they're so plain Jane. I was like, dude, that's one of those guns that you don't judge the book by its cover.
Yeah, and now I'm on arms list looking at Sig 210s. I'm like, that's a cool gun.
Yeah, he told me they were hard to get a hold of, and like soon as I walked in the door, he was hollering, "Hey man, I got your next new gun right here."
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't even interested, but I mean, all I can say is I thought it had a pretty good trigger on it. Yeah, I don't have any SIGs like that or any CZs or anything made like that, so I was a little interested in it, but
Yeah,
I didn't do nothing. I walked out, so
like I told
I might
you,
have to call him.
Yeah, that's like the most accurate 9mm ever made. Those things are insanely accurate, especially if you got the target model. Those things are. You could literally put a bullet through the same hole, free offhand. I mean,
Would that be a keyhole?
no, I'm not talking. No, I mean it would be the whole. You wouldn't be able to. You know, in westerns, you'll see them. Well, I put the bullet through the same hole, and when they put tape or stamp on the bullet and on the coin and make them do it again, and I'm talking that kind of accurate.
That's cool.
Man, the more we talk about it, I know that some bitch will be gone.
Send him an email now.
You know, I actually have a good enough relationship with him. I could just call him and say yes, and they'll take it out of the case and put my name on it. And man, I know I'll probably call tomorrow and like, oh nope, sold it yesterday.
So I was going to buy a new gun this week. However, my daughter is going to college in about 3 weeks, so I had to buy her $1,000 laptop. And my wife,
$1,000 lab book.
Well, pretty close, probably. And my wife just bought a brand new $1,000 mattress for our guest room. So if you guys come over, you can sleep on a freaking $1,000 mattress if you want.
You know what laptop did you get her?
It's a Mac. I forget what it is.
That's disappointing.
I know, and I got a brand new laptop sitting down here. It's a regular, it's a $800 laptop. She goes, no, that's not gonna do what I want it to do.
What's she going to school for?
I don't know, for free.
Yeah.
She don't know.
She don't know. That's great. She's going liberal arts degree.
Undecided.
Right, or marketing. No, she's actually a smarty pants. She 4-pointed high school and she graduated March 1st early. Regular graduation was like June something. So she got to get out of school early. So I don't know, maybe. Now her older brother, on the other hand, he flunked out of college twice. So he's off the apron strings now, living in Detroit.
Yeah, my son quit school. I was like, oh, gee, good. That's good.
My niece is on her way to college this fall, and of all the terrible places to go, she's on her way to Virginia.
Ooh. My niece just graduated. She's a doctor in Manchester, New Hampshire. Nice strike. I was trying to remember what that was, and I couldn't remember what it was. Now it's Moomer. Okay, Moomer. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, my niece has $600,000 in student loans.
My daughter, she's going to school for computer design, so we built her a desktop almost a year ago now, I think. She's got a Ryzen 7 3700X and a RTX 2070 in it. It's 32 gigs of RAM.
Can you speak English, please?
She got a good one. She got a good one that's loaded to the gills. Yeah.
She got a good computer.
Uh-huh.
It's not the top of the top because you can go with a 3950X, but that's like a $700 processor.
Yeah, my son built one. It was like $2,000 when he lived at home, but he paid for it with his own money. So
yeah, that's not hard to do.
I remember spending $2,000 on a computer that had 120 megahertz processor, fucking 32 megs of fucking RAM,
64K,
256 hard drive,
floppy disk.
Had a graphics accelerator. Yeah.
Dot matrix printer and a whole 9 yards.
Windows 3.1.
When my laptop that I'm using right now was new, it would have been $2,300. I paid $1,600 for it, refurb.
I got a hand-me-down Gateway, man, and it's a piece of shit.
I could play Freecell on it though.
No, you can't. It doesn't.
It doesn't have the enhanced graphics.
If I upgrade it, this might play Oregon Trail.
What was that one on the phone? The Snake. What was it?
Oh yeah, Snake.
Yeah. He's got a gateway. He's got the old Rugrats too, all in one.
Rugrats.
You don't remember those?
Yeah.
Sure. Part of the body of the computer.
Oh my god.
No, man, I'm doing pretty good. I got a Windows 7 quad core, man.
Ooh, that's 4 quads.
Oh yeah,
or 4 cores. Shit.
Windows 7, man, you're 3 editions of Windows behind.
Oh yeah.
Windows 8, 8.1, and now 10.
Oh, you need Vista.
It only takes 7 minutes to turn on.
You got one of those little egg timers next to it.
My little 2-in-1 with an i3, and it turns on faster than that.
Man, I remember I had a 386, and I would get off work and come home, hit the power button, go upstairs, take a shower, get cleaned up, come back downstairs, and you might be about halfway through your hourglass on the screen. It's like all the computer power you had just to like change background color.
This thing here is fully booted in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I used to have a good computer a few years ago that I built myself that I put everything high performance in it I could. I used to love it. Yeah, it booted in 20, 25, 30 seconds. Complete boot. I had 2 gig hard drives in a RAID. I had 2 SSD drives in a RAID. Had 16 gigs of RAM. It was kicking.
Have you seen those new Ryzen laptops?
Haven't looked at the computer stuff too much. When this one quit working for a few weeks, I was looking into some refurbed laptops and some other stuff. But the last time I got into looking to building a new computer, it was during, I don't know if it's still going on, but there was like a video card crisis. Video cards like tripled in price from all these that bit mining and everything computers everybody was building, and video card prices just went through the roof.
Oh yeah.
And you were paying 3 times as much for something that was 2 years old. Yeah.
That's why I bought a laptop instead of building a damn piece of tower at that point. It was cheaper for me to buy a goddamn Alienware gaming laptop than it was to build a tower because how much the goddamn video cards were costing.
Sounds
Yeah.
like ammo. Sounds like ammo prices.
Yeah, I don't know if that's still happening or not, but
No.
when I started to get back into them to look to build my own, that was just the killer that shut it all off. I mean, motherboards and processors were all still decent, normal prices, but video cards were just outrageous, and like even for stuff that was a couple years old technology.
Yeah, well, you know how laptops are always slower than desktops? Not anymore. Clevo, which is a company that manufactures laptops for other companies, has a Ryzen-based processor laptop that uses a full NVIDIA graphics card that costs $2,300.
Well, even the last 10 years, computers have been pretty good. I mean, you can get several years out of them. Before that, a computer was pretty much useless and outdated in a year, 2 years, you know. But they got so good and so fast that software couldn't, you know, bottleneck
Well,
the
most laptops,
technology. Yeah.
yeah, most
Video
laptops,
games could, but, you know, just
Yeah,
general computing can't.
yeah, most laptops are still going to be slower than a desktop, but not these ones. They have a full desktop CPU and GPU, and the GPU being a video card. You can get one of these laptops with a Ryzen 9 3950X in it, and it's faster than a desktop that has the 3900X in it, using less power than the desktop would. It's insane.
Less power, less heat. Of course, I wonder, I haven't looked at computer prices since all this China syndrome's going on. Is the prices shot up?
On certain things. Like the one thing that's really you're seeing a price spike on is power supplies of all things.
Really?
This stuff has pretty much stayed level. But some things have even come down. Like some of the CPU prices have come down, but power supply prices have gone up.
Wonder why that is. You'd think memory and motherboards and stuff would jump up in price.
Well, the AMD Ryzen motherboards, their price went up a little bit. That's because the new chipset's better than the old chipset. So the B550 chipset's much better than what the B450, the predecessor, was. That's like your mid-tier.
So is AMD on top now? Are they better than Intel right now?
Just about everything except for Adobe run stuff or gaming. But the difference in gaming is so small you won't even really notice it, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, you look at the benchmarks, you're looking at maybe a 4% better frames per second in games using an Intel chip over the AMD chip. And they're saying that that's quite possibly going to disappear by the end of the year when the new AMD processors come out. Intel is getting spanked right now. AMD is down to a 7 nanometer die on their chips, which means the cores are getting smaller, which means they're using less power and being more efficient, right? And Intel can't get past a 14 nanometer die. They tried going 10 millimeter and completely flopped at it. And they're saying they're not even going to look at the 7 nanometer, which is what Ryzen is on for AMD for another at least 2 years.
Really? They were at 14 years ago.
Yeah, they've been at 14 since what? Ivy Bridge, I think. So I mean that's been a while. I have a 14 nanometer processor in my laptop.
Intel must be just running their company in the ground or something. Mismanagement.
No, AMD wasn't a threat for so long that Intel got complacent. That's exactly what it is. They got complacent, and all of a sudden, AMD comes out with the Ryzen, which wasn't the best of chips, but that started to close the ground a little bit. And then they came out with Ryzen Plus, which was the second generation of the Ryzens, and that closed the gap a little bit more. Then they brought out Ryzen 2, and that was like slap in the face to Intel right there.
How many cores are they running nowadays?
The 3950X, which is the top of the market consumer level Ryzen chip, is 16 cores, 32 threads.
Hell yeah! I used to play a game. I used to play a game called EverQuest. You know what that is?
Yeah, Intel's top of the line consumer is 12 cores, 24 threads.
Off one processor, 24 threads.
Yeah, the Ryzen does 32.
32.
Top of the line.
Damn.
And the Intel is $200 more than the Ryzen.
So I used to play this game. It's what I used all my computers for, called EverQuest, and it's a role playing game, multiplayer. But like the trick was, if you didn't want to group with a bunch of people or have trouble finding a group, you just multi-box it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had 5 accounts because that's all my computer would run at the time. But you could run 2 or 3 accounts off one thread, off one core.
Oh yeah, you would
you could have full groups, mini raids. You could go kick some ass, man, with a good computer. I had a lot of fun on that for about 10 years.
Oh yeah, you can do that easy with one of these Ryzens.
You could load up probably 100 accounts. EverQuest is a real, even though it takes a lot once you get going. The bottom line is it's still built on a very old platform, so it doesn't take a whole lot of computer power. It takes more memory than it does video or processor. But you can load up accounts after accounts after accounts with multi-core processors.
Yeah, it's insane what they're at now. Don't even Threadripper, which is the business and server core, it's like a server CPU too. It can be used for entry level servers. That thing, you're talking 64 cores.
Oh, but what does that cost though? $20,000 a chip?
No, it's like 2,000, 3,000, somewhere around there.
Really?
Yeah, it's like 64 cores, 128 threads. That thing is like insane. And you get businesses that get chips like that and run like Photoshop and Premiere off of them and stuff like that. It's like craziness. You don't want to use it for gaming because you're not going to see any benefits for gaming. I mean, you really don't see any benefits for gaming with a 3950X, to be perfectly honest with you, because the most cores and stuff that a current game will use is up to 8 at most. So I mean, you get anything beyond that, and you can still run a lot of these newer games on a quad core. The 6 core is optimal, right? An 8 core gives you a little bit of headroom. You get a 12 or 16 core, you got too many cores that you're not even using if you're just doing gaming with it.
Yeah, they don't have any games out on the market that can max it out.
No.
I haven't played a video game in so long. I have no idea.
But if you're doing like video editing and stuff, that's where you're going to see some increases in speed and compiling and stuff. If you're running a business where you're, doing video editing and stuff, you want one of the Threadrippers. The base Threadripper is a 32 core, 64 thread.
Now, who's making that? Is that the AMD or the Intel?
Yeah, that's the AMD. Intel has nothing that can touch Threadripper. Nothing. The Xeon processors that they use in servers can't touch the Threadrippers. And then you get into, if you're running a server on AMD, it's the Epics, and those things are a beast too. At this point, AMD starts getting more and more in the market share, and Intel's going to be in some serious trouble. The only thing right now, and even here, Ryzen from AMD is starting to beat Intel, is on the laptop platform. That's the main thing But then with the Ryzen 4000s that were just released, if they were paired with a good laptop GPU, and I'm talking just the laptop, I'm not talking about the fancy Clevo laptop that has the Ryzen desktop CPU, and I'm talking about the regular one with the, the standard laptop CPU. The Ryzen 4900 just destroys some desktop i7s. It's insane. It really, really is when it comes to not gaming, but for productivity uses. If they would match that with but there's something shady possibly going on where AMD can't get any of the OEM manufacturers, which would be like Dell, MSI, the companies that would make the laptops, to pair a 2070 or a 2080 laptop video card with their CPU, and that's why Intel's beating them at things like gaming and stuff on the laptop front.
Is AMD still roughly half price of Intel?
Depending on the processor, yeah. Like I said, if you get the top of the line consumer AMD processor, which is the 3950X, you get the top of the line Intel, which is the 109 something, I forget it, but it's a K at the end. The AMD is $200 less and has more cores.
You ever check out like Maximum PC Magazine? That's what I always used to use as my go-to back in the day.
I haven't looked at any of the magazines.
Well, they're not magazines anymore. They're just a website, But they always reviewed everything and had super builds and things like that.
I usually watch guys like Jay's 2 Cents, Greg Salazar, and Linus Tech Tips and stuff like that. But yeah, it's crazy how much things have flip-flopped from Intel to AMD at this point. And if Intel doesn't get their act together and figure out how the hell to get off of 14 nanometer, it's only going to get worse. In 2 generations, AMD is saying they're going to be down to 5 nanometer. And they're about to release one of those generations in 7, so it's only going to be 2 or 3 years more, and AMD is going to be down another size on the chip die, and Intel's still saying it's going to be at least 2 or 3 years before they get down to where AMD is now.
Wow, that's cool to know. I might have to check into some new computers. I always remember, Intel being on top and AMD chasing them, and AMD's only benefit was being cheaper.
Yeah, well, look, it's the early 2000s all over again. Remember, Intel had Pentium, then AMD came out with Athlon. And then
I had some Athlons.
Yeah, they took the lead over Intel, and then AMD essentially got complacent, and Intel jumped right back over them. And for the longest time, AMD's just been trying to play catch up with some really bad CPUs. I don't care what anybody says. The FX series from AMD were garbage. And then Intel was so far ahead, they started getting complacent. Now AMD's passing them up again.
Hey, is there any money in like on eBay and shit for like the really old generation computers, like just for nostalgia?
You have to look depending on what you have. You could make some money off it, but you're not going to make what you paid for it originally.
Oh no!
But yeah, people will buy that stuff.
I got an AMD system built, has a dual Voodoo monster 3D cards in them. Those were that was like close to $1,000 back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think they got 12 megs of RAM on each of them. Yeah, but to have 2 of those, they SLL linked, To have two of those in a computer back in the day was some kick-ass shit.
Shit, anymore, you don't even need to do SLI or Crossfire with your video cards. It's totally pointless. No game will run on it. But Ape's got an interesting question. He says for $800 to $1,000 for a PC build, gaming and video editing, what would you get? An AMD Ryzen 5 3600 and RTX 2060 for your video card. RAM, you want something that's going to be 3200 speedish, probably 16 gigs, and then storage, and you can pick whatever you want. Motherboard, I would probably go with one of the, if you're not planning on upgrading the processor later down the road, which you can still do for one more generation with AMD on the AM4 slot, you could go with, if you're gonna plan on upgrading to a 4000 series like a year from now, get the B550. If you're not, just get a B450 motherboard. Preferably, if you're going the B450, right, the Tomahawk Plus from MSI.
Now, I always liked NVIDIA cards, but I did have a few Radeons that were pretty good. But is the AMD ATI, are they on top too?
No.
NVIDIA is still on top?
Yeah. Now, the new generation Radeon cards are going to be coming out that may equal out more, but NVIDIA has the ray tracing on their cards, which help your graphics, which in certain situations where AMD doesn't have that yet, but the RDNA 2 Radeon that are supposed to be coming out later this year, beginning of next year, are going to have that. So that, and where NVIDIA rules supreme is at the very top end.
Well, damn, Rich, I don't have enough money to get a P210 and a computer. Quit filling my head full of all this.
It's not my fault Fineape asked me a question on what I would build for what he's saying.
I heard a Chromebook would be good enough to do these chats with.
Yeah. Oh, Ape, if you want information on the motherboards I was just telling you about, look at Hardware Unboxed. Their channel, they have rundown of the low-end, price-wise B550 boards. So you get a better idea of what would be the best board to get out of the B550s. That they just put that video out this week, so it should be easy to find. For life of me right now, I can't remember what the name of the board, what board they said if you're going full size was. So, but yeah, go look at that video and it'll give you an idea of what you can get, what you should get.
I always used Asus motherboards. They still on top too?
No,
they're not.
No, they're good, but they're not as good as what MSI's been putting out lately.
Really?
Because I've had some clunkers in the X570. But then they brought out a new series of the X570, which were okay. But you stay away from the older X570 if you're getting one of the top of the line AMD boards. The newer X570s, like I can't think of the names of them now. But there's a video, you can find videos on YouTube about that too. But with the B550, the winners on those are the MSI boards, hands down.
MicroStar International.
Mm-hmm. Not many people remember that actually being the name of the company. Because they just go by MSI now.
I built a few builds with MSI boards. I still preferred the Asus boards. I've had some problems with MSIs, just conflicts or locking up or something.
Yeah,
not a mechanical failure or anything.
But with MSI, their B450 and they were the top of them, were the ones that you wanted to get. If you had to build a budget, you wanted to get the B450 Tomahawk. That was or the Tomahawk Max. The Tomahawk Max also will give you the ability to upgrade, but you have to do a BIOS update to do it, and it's going to be a beta BIOS for it. So That's why I say if you're going to upgrade from like the Ryzen that are out now to one of the ones in the future, the 4000 series, you want to go with the B550 because then you don't have to worry about a beta BIOS to do it. But the B450 Tomahawk and Tomahawk Max are like the ones that everybody says if you're on a budget and you're building a Ryzen 2 system like what I told Ape to do with the Ryzen 5 3600, those are the ones to get.
Hey man, one time I bought an Asus board off of eBay and I got ripped off. It didn't work. Wouldn't power up at all. And I called Asus on the phone and told them I didn't have a board, and they were asking me where I bought it and all this and that, and I just told them I couldn't remember, and maybe I bought it at this store or whatever. And they turned around and sent me a brand new motherboard in the box, mailed it right to me.
Yeah, another good board is there's another MSI, the Mortar. The what the hell is it? It's the M. It's a micro ATX though, but for a micro ATX, it's a really good board in the B550 series. Yeah. Moose says he will be right back. We're probably putting him to sleep. He had to go get something with caffeine in it.
It's getting pretty late. I'm probably going to hop off here in a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost 1. I was planning on shutting it down around 1 o'clock anyway, so we'll play a few minutes. But yeah, if you need any more questions, Ape, you got my email, right?
His first USB gig stick was the MSI.
Yeah. Later, Night Strike.
See you, Night Strike. Yeah, it's probably been about 8 or 9 years since I built a PC. Like I said, I was wanting one 3 years ago, and all that bit mining and all that just destroyed the video card market.
Yeah, it's been a while since until my daughter, since I had built one. I used to do it professionally. That and customer service for Microsoft too. Their gaming zone in particular. Tech support there. Working up the ambition to unload his truck and organize his shed shop.
Ooh, that doesn't sound like fun.
Let me see if I can find the wrong one. On tab. There we go. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. Here we go.
Now my daughter's got some friends over, and I heard a big crash down in the kitchen. So I ran down there, and our ice maker is going out of control. They opened up the freezer to get some ice cream, and the ice cubes came out. There's like 50 ice cubes fell out on the floor.
Man, that's always good.
Oh, it's so funny because the last refrigerator.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say we just moved in our last refrigerator. The ice maker froze up all the time, so we didn't have any ice. Now we have an abundance of ice. So what were you gonna say, Rich?
I was just gonna say that fine. I was asking if you had my personal email. I really don't even check the Unloaded Media Gmail. And that's not the right email anyway. It would be This Week Unloaded at Gmail. But I don't really use that email that much. I forget. I have it sometimes. But I was asking if you had my personal email.
Who, me?
No, not you, Ape. I know you do.
Well, Ape doesn't have any thumbs. Oh yeah, he does. Just not a simian crease.
I guess I'll just throw it out there. Ain't nobody out there right now anyway. Write it down and then I'll delete it. There's my personal email if you need help with anything else computer related. What you're getting ready to buy. Write it down real quick and let me know when you got it written down. Nobody else write it down. You're not allowed to have it. I don't think there's anybody else out there right now. Nobody else has said anything in forever.
8 people still with us.
Oh, really? Yeah, but how many of them are us? There'll be 3.
2 or 3 if you're in there.
Yeah, I'm not there.
5, 9, 5, 4.
39.
Yeah. There's a couple people out there. They probably fell asleep.
Okay, if he hasn't got it written down now, by this point, it's too late. Okay.
He screenshotted it.
Yeah. Screenshot and copy paste. Okay. Good. He got it. Alrighty. So yeah, if you need any questions, let me know. But yeah, but for sure, when you're figuring out which motherboard you want, watch that video I just posted the link to. That has some really good information on the boards about what they're capable of doing and whatnot. Gives you a good cross-reference what the features and stuff are, and temperatures that they'll run at on their VRMs, which is important. The lower the VRM temperature, the better off you're going to be. Not that with the 3600, if that's what you go with, or a 3600X even. If you can squeeze a little bit more money, you're not going to. Which really, the 3600X isn't all that much better than the 3600, and you'll save a couple bucks. But yeah, just make sure you watch that video and get some ideas of what's out there. So, and with the setup I told you too, with the 3600 and the 2060, you're not going to need a super powerful power supply either. Like a 500 watt power supply will power that system perfectly. Then case and stuff like that, that's personal preference. What I might like in a case, you might not like in a case. A good one's the Meshify C if it fits in your budget. It gives it has good airflow. You can just use the standard AMD. You're not with the AMDs, you really don't want to overclock them, so just throw the standard AMD CPU cooler on there with the Meshify C case, and you'll be fine.
Is water cooling still a big thing?
Yeah, some people do like custom loops and stuff still. They actually have now where the reservoirs and everything all go in the case.
Yeah. Pre-sealed units and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I got. Well, 10 years ago, you could get the self-contained things. I have one in my desktop from 10 years ago that still runs. It's running on an i7 8570K, 875K rather, which is, believe it or not, other than the fact that it's not a 14 nanometer, it's a 40 nanometer still.
Is everybody still building them with every LED light that they can stick inside the thing?
Oh no, they're using what do they call it? RGB lighting now.
Yeah, RGB, red, green. So the lighting is still a big thing.
Still do. Some people do, some people don't. I mean, you'll see big custom builds that have it, and you'll see other custom builds that are going for a certain look that don't. So. Like I like my laptop. I like the RGB keyboard on my laptop because, like I said, whatever color I want. And
yeah, I like the see through the bottom lighting, through the button lighting colors. I like all that, but you know how people get the glass door case and got every single light on everything.
My desktop from 10 years ago has the old style LED lighting where it's just one color. My daughter, she got RGB on hers. But even her, she's just using the stock AMD Kohler on hers, and it has RGB on it. RGB's everywhere. My mouse has RGB. I don't have it turned on. I can't turn the one off on the wheel because that's your indicator of what resolution you have your mouse set to. But you see those strips that go down the sides here?
So that's the top of the mouse?
Yeah. See those strips right there? Like where my finger's running?
Uh-huh.
That's an RGB strip.
So is that a gaming mouse?
Yeah. You see the dragon logo? That's RGB. I just don't use it.
Yeah, I remember when everybody started going light crazy. I was always for building something that's quiet. I mean, I've had cases that had a fan everywhere. You could stick a fan, but I always used like the sound deadening material.
Yeah.
Put it down in a desk.
Have you ever heard this thing when I turn the fans up all the way?
Got adjustable fans?
Yeah, I can turn the fans up. Right now, it's just at stock speeds. I can turn those fans up, and they get loud. If I'm in game or something, they'll get loud, depending on what game I'm playing. I can turn the fans up real quick and let you hear. As soon as I get that lit up.
Yeah, I used to have one system, man. I think I had 12 or 13 fans in it.
Yeah, this has 2. My laptop has 2 fans in it. But right now they're running at 0. Right? My fans aren't even running right now. Did you hear that? Kick up?
Yeah, I can hear.
That one's at 100. And there's the other one. So yeah, the fans get, I mean, then even being loud as these are, this is still quieter than what some desktops I've heard. And these are running full out at 100% now.
Hey, Sarge just jumped in.
Set these back to 0. There's no point for them. I'm not doing any hardcore gaming. There's no point in having them that high. Hey, Sarge.
Sarge just put up a gun belt to use at the range. It was pretty good.
Cool. Now, if I turn my desktop fans up, it's got 220 millimeters on the front, 2 on the top, 1 on the back, and then a 200 millimeter on the side. That thing will get loud if I turn that up to 100. I'm talking loud. It makes my laptop sound quiet when I kick those up all the way. My daughter's, hers is pretty quiet too. I think my son's is a little bit louder than hers. He's got an older, his is a couple years older. He's got a i7 7700K, if I remember right. With a then he has a GTX 980 Ti, which is still a damn good video card.
Yeah, I remember when that 770K was top dog.
I got a 6700 HQ in my laptop, which is basically the same damn thing. They went from the 6700K and the 7700K are basically the same goddamn CPU. They just made it the 7700K is just 100 megahertz faster. And you want to know the worst part about the 7700K, which made it one of the worst CPU buys ever for anybody that had to have it right when it came out? 9 months later, Intel released the i7-8700K, which was a 6-core instead of a quad-core. And it cost the same damn price.
Processors still have turbo boost.
Yeah. Or they overclock themselves. If,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, AMD, both AMD and Intel do that.
What kind of megahertz they run nowadays?
Base clocks are over 4 megahertz or 4 gigahertz.
So they're really not getting a whole lot faster than I remember. They're just adding more cores.
Yeah, basically. Like, if you remember when the Ivy Bridge came out, those base clocks on those were only like 3.2 gigahertz. Now they're up to 4 something. You know, that's like 10 years. So they've gained a gigahertz in speed base clocks in the last 10 years. In the net, and they got smaller. Like, if I remember right, Sandy Bridge was 24 nanometers. The current Intels are 14 nanometer. And like you said, they've been on 14 forever. There's like 6 generations of CPUs now for Intel on 14 nanometer, which is ridiculous. And Intel's on, Ryzen's on 7.
Man, I sold a car once to get the money to buy the newest, latest, and greatest 350 megahertz processor.
Yeah, I can believe it. Back then, they would have done a lot too. To buy them all.
And it was the AMD one. It wasn't the Intel. It was the AMD one.
I can say that I've never done that, Jason.
Yeah, I sold a car to upgrade a computer.
Do you remember when they came out with hard drives for the first time? How much people were paying for a 5 megabit hard drive?
I remember paying good money to go from 1 gig to 1.2.
I remember when they first came out, there was like people were paying hundreds of dollars for a 5 megabit hard drive.
Oh, well, I remember getting my very first CD burner. Oh, I thought I was the shit. Take an hour to copy a music CD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I still have a box of those those read-write
burnables. Yeah.
Yeah, CDs around here somewhere. It costs like $50 for the box. I think it still has a plastic on it.
I got a container sitting over by my stereo that has 100 of those rewritable discs in it.
Yeah, when I got my first burner, boy, I thought I was something. I hit everything. Ripping all your music down to MP3s, copying stuff, burning stuff.
Napster.
I was going to say Napster. Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I try to download more than one song at the same time, and the progression bars are like stopped.
Trying to find people that were on like T3 lines so that you get a faster download.
Yep. What were you going to say, Jason?
No, I just remember before that I had the zip drive.
Oh, yeah.
Had the cartridge, the big hard floppy cartridge.
Oh,
zip
yeah.
Drive. Oh, yeah. All you fools and your little floppies running around trying to win zip down your files to fit on there.
Yeah, mine was like a blue. It was a blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, those zip drives, they were obsolete like almost as soon as they came out, because right after that you got the CD burner and just totally made those things totally obsolete.
I had a good CD burner, man. Mine was a 2X.
Primeape's asking, have you seen the EEV's blogs tear down of one of the first 20 megabit hard drives? The thing's the size of a Tombstone pizza. Yeah, they weren't small. You weren't talking a 3.5 inch floppy drive or hard drive, or even a 2.5 inch laptop drive. But yeah, those things, they were big, and it was almost the size of your damn tower. They were actually external. You would have to run them through a serial cable and like sit it on top of your.
So in 1990, when I got into medical imaging, we had an 8-inch floppy, and the console was as big as a dishwasher.
Oh yeah, I can believe it.
8-inch floppies.
When I was a kid, we had the Texas Instruments TI 994A.
Oh yeah.
And you had the phone modem. You take your corded phone and put on the headset. You had 3 wires run to a cassette deck.
Yep.
And you had to put on record and get pause going.
Oh my God.
Basic language. Basic. Yeah. Had the whole box of like what? 16K memory.
Yeah.
K. And like a 13-inch black and white TV.
Yeah. If you wanted to play a game, you had to program it first.
You had to write it all out. Yeah.
If you were lucky, you might be able to find one like Pinball that was on a cartridge, like an Atari cartridge that you could stick in the side of it.
Yeah, I remember line 10, line 10, line 20, line 30, line 80. Plus or minus, skip over to line 160.
If
Go 210.
Call color, call background, list, run. Need something to do something. You didn't click on it. You typed run.
Now those 8-inch floppies are the ones that look like records, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't hold much.
No. Neither did the 5.5. It's crazy. The smaller they got, the more they held. The 3.5 inch had like twice as much as a 5.
Those zip drive cartridges though were pretty stout. You know, there's like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they held like
150 megs.
Yeah, but then you got the CDs and they were holding gigabits.
What about when the thumb drives came out?
Yeah.
Maybe you get like 256K or something like that for like $30. Ooh, I can put my documents on that.
There's actually a terabit thumb drive now. I was like,
isn't that crazy?
Hell, it's like $1,000 for one of them.
I think my biggest one I have right now, I never use it. Well, I use it once in a while. It's sitting right here. It's a 4 gig.
I don't remember. It was like, for a thumb drive, it's like super expensive for the 1 terabit.
Oh, what's this one? This one is a 256 meg. Not gig. Meg. 256 meg.
Yeah, man, I always lose them.
Cruiser Micro.
I've not had good luck. I've always lost them thumb drives, man. You'll have one that's got stuff on it you don't want to lose, and you set it somewhere, do something, and I'll never find it again.
So 4 gig. Oh, I got 2 4 gigs.
20 megabit, 10 megabit. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it's still by today's standards incredibly small in size capacity. But yeah, 85 pounds is what those things weighed. Yeah, they said you had to sit your computer on top of it, because that would have been back when the computers were flat. You know, it wasn't like a tower. That was one of those old style flat ones that you sat your monitor on top of. You would put your hard drive, then your computer, then your monitor.
Right.
Shit, it wasn't a monitor, man. It was a TV, and not a coaxial either. Had 2 screws. You had your little prongs and your little wire.
I'm not talking about the TRS-80, Jason.
Oh, I was just going to say the TRS-80s. We had those in high school.
Yeah. I had one of those.
The trash 80s, we called them.
The Commodore Color computer.
64.
Yeah. TRS-80 Keller. What was it? TRS-80 64K Keller Computer 2.
What about the old gaming consoles? You know, like the Atari 2600. Had the 5200. Remember, they came out with the Intellivision. Did you guys ever try that?
Yeah, Intellivision, ColecoVision.
It had like a. Oh yeah, the Intellivision one had like a disc on it that you could run your thumb around it to control shit.
What?
So we used to have the early ColecoVision. Had 3 games in it. You just flipped a switch. You had like tennis and Pong.
Yeah, we had Pong. It was its own console.
Had 3 knobs.
Yeah, it had the toggle switch on for
the Nintendo Entertainment System had more computing power than the TRS-80.
Like slice on it and stuff like that, where you can make the Pong ball go crazy on an angle. Boom.
Yeah, my daughter just asked me, was the TRS-80 an 8K? He's like, no.
No, that's
it wasn't an NES.
That's a Bullpup XR15.
Yeah, right.
Open bolt.
That's right. Slam fire.
She has no idea. She's only 24. She has no idea.
Well, you guys, between you and Jason, you're talking. I like got up and left for a while because I didn't know what the hell you guys were talking about. All these quad shit core.
Yeah, I figured I thought we were putting you to sleep and you had to go get something with caffeine in it.
I do have some Black Rifle coffee espresso cans down in the fridge.
How many megabytes?
200 megagrams.
Oh yeah.
I think you mean milligrams. Megagrams is like 1,000.
It has all the grams.
Quad grain.
I was working my side gig on Friday. I drank 2 of those things throughout the day. So I had 400 milligrams of caffeine surging through my fatness. That must be where Sarge is. If he's up this late, he's got to be working his side gig.
I wish I could do energy drinks, man. I got kidney stones floating around. Seems like the energy drinks make them want to travel.
Dude, I've never had one, but I've seen them in action.
Ooh, you don't want nothing to do with it.
No, a friend of mine. She says, she's had 2 kids, and she said that she gets kidney stones all the time. She goes, she'd have kids way before she'd have another kidney stone.
Kidney stones are one of the only things I'm scared of. I mean, actually physically scared.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll shake in your boots. If you feel one coming on, you know it's coming.
Well, it's not like you smacked your hand with a hammer where you can kind of grab it, and like, it's inside you. You can't do anything.
Oh man, they're cringeworthy just talking about them, man. I've had some that go pretty quick, and I've had some that 10, 12, 15 hours to pass, and it's just I wouldn't wish it upon anyone.
Have you ever had to have lithotripsy or anything?
Nope.
Yeah, my uncle had that happen. He's like, he went to a urologist, and he said the urologist told him, you know how your wife's face was, how much pain she was in when she had your son? My uncle's like, looked at him, was like, yeah. Multiply that by 20, and that's what you're going to experience.
Oh, Jesus.
hey, I will say I've suffered through them most of my whole life, and I've had them so bad we almost pass out from the pain. And I would never go to the doctor because my dad had them too, and it wasn't no use to go into my stupid, retarded, useless hospital here. I would never go. I just pass it myself. Now I always do what you ain't supposed to do. I push, but you can't help it. So I just push and I get rid of them, and then it just wipes you out. But one time, I was in terrible pain. My old lady made me go to the emergency room. So I go to the emergency room, tell them what's going on. They check me out or whatever. And they come in, they're like, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the pain? And I'm like, 11, right? They break out this needle and they give me a shot. And they're like, this is 10 times more powerful than morphine. Squirted in me. They come back like 15 minutes later. What's your pain level? And I was like, actually, it's like 0. And
give you a
I was like, oh my God, I didn't have no pain at all. I was like, why did I suffer all these years instead of coming out here, you know? And then I passed them with no trouble.
Yeah.
But they shot me up with some shit, and I don't know what it was, but
yeah, it must have been fentanyl.
It helped. It helped.
But then did you push it out, or did you go? It's on.
Yeah, they sent me home. They sent me home with a little screen cup. You know, handle it on your own. But at least I was out of the pain. You know,
I'd piss that thing right in the toilet bowl and wait for it to go bing.
Oh yeah, man! It's like I've pissed like rusted metal before, man. Many times. I tumble and they cut me all to live in hell. And the last time they took an X-ray, they were like, "Yeah, both of them have several." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean? How many several?" And she's like, "Oh, well, the lab just said you had several." Okay, thanks.
Pissing gravel.
My uncle's case, it was he only had that happen one time, so he didn't know what the hell it was. It didn't run in our family or anything, so he went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "Yeah, that's your wife's pain is going to look like a cakewalk compared to what you're going to go through."
Yeah, it ain't cool at all. I don't know what I know. Like the energy drinks kind of trigger them more for me, but sometimes it's kind of like seriously, it's like the change of the seasons. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, but that's how they go.
Yeah, all those crazy chemicals they put in the damn energy drinks, it's no surprise it's doing something to you.
Yeah, those energy drinks are hard on your kidneys, man. Very hard.
I don't like them to begin with, but even if I liked them, I couldn't drink them because of the kidney problems I have. Thankfully, not kidney stones, but still have kidney problems.
I take an energy pill nowadays from GNC Vitamins. It's just called like an energy supplement.
Yeah.
And they really help me out, man. I'm not as worn out come 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon as I usually am. Jeez, I don't know how we got talking about kidney stones. I don't know what's wrong.
I don't even know.
Woo. I'm telling you, I don't even like to think about them, man. I mean, like, oh my God.
Yeah, this has turned into like one of the old school lobby chats.
Yeah.
Moo knows what I'm talking about. I think we scared Moo off again talking about kidney stones. You there, Moo? Murr.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. I had to go to the bathroom, make sure I didn't have any stones. Stones.
If you did, you wouldn't be going to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I'd be hooting and hollering.
You'd be turning into one of the old school lobby chats. You never know what you're going to talk about on there.
When you're doing a stone, you can push as hard as you got, and you get like a drip. Drop.
Oh, that's my worst nightmare.
And they're not fun. No stones. No. I don't want no stones.
Are you about due for another one?
Oh yeah, I sure am. I ain't had one 2020 yet. I think I did have one last year.
The way 2020 is going, you'll probably shoot out a meteorite or something.
Yeah, I'll go to the hospital with kidney stones and get diagnosed with corona stones. Your ass can't go to work for a week.
The thing is the fact that 2020 is abnormal. It'll be abnormal for him not to have any, so he won't get any this year. The next year he'll be.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Then you get gallstones.
Yeah, double gallstones instead. But that's easy to fix. I just take out your gallbladder.
That's true.
Which you can live without easily.
Yeah,
wife
but then you get the diarrhea all the time because the bile just goes in there all the time, and
Yeah. My wife had to have hers removed after an auto accident.
ooh,
Deer hit the car. She lost control of the car because when the deer hit her, she had a nice patch and ended up in a ditch. Hit her head off the steering wheel. They sent her for a stroke test because she was having signs of having a stroke. Those came back negative at least. But yeah, she had to have her gallbladder removed after because this is the way the seatbelt cut into her.
ooh. Good thing it didn't lacerate her liver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a car accident when I was 18, and it broke my collarbone and sliced my neck open from the seatbelt. I think I made it. Yeah, I made it. The guy driving, he was all messed up. He hit the steering wheel with his face, broke his maxilla, which is the upper part of your jaw, between your nose and your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
He hit that with the steering wheel and broke it right off. It was like flopping down in his mouth when he was trying to talk. Yeah, and his head went through the windshield and scalped him. Yeah, he's fine. We were in the ambulance, and they're like taking care of us, and I was fine. I just had a broken collarbone, bleeding a little bit, and his name is Frank. He was driving. They go, "Man, how fast were you guys going?" And Frank's trying to talk with his teeth hanging down in his mouth. He goes, "Speed limit." We were going like 75, and we hit a tree. Trees don't move.
Oh, no. No.
No, we were airborne. We were airborne when we hit the tree too.
Unless you're in Middle Earth, then the trees have tendency to move.
It was a giant oak tree. We kept saying we were going to go cut it down with a chainsaw.
Giant oak tree. You know what? It might have been a tramp. You might have been in Middle Earth. Giant walking trees from Lord of the Rings.
Never seen it.
You've never seen the Lord of the Rings?
I have not. Or Harry Potter.
You've never read the books either, I think.
I got all the Harry Potter books.
I'm not talking about Harry Potter. I'm talking about Lord of the Rings.
Nope. I know. Do I lose my geek card?
Did you play D&D?
Nope.
Damn, man. What's with you?
I know. I was too busy getting laid.
Dude, I played football and D&D at the same time. That's not an excuse. Half the people I played D&D with were either in junior ROTC or football players.
Plus, I was smoking a lot of dope in high school, so. Wrestled, played football, partied, and yep, that's about it.
You wasn't on the swimming team?
I did that in middle school.
Oh, I was you, Rich. Yeah.
So we had no pool. We had a pond and pool. Ponds are good for me.
Ape says to tell you, nope. You did, bro. Welcome to heck. Not as bad as hell, but not much better.
Dope head. That's where Wagyu comes from. They're all stoned.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, man, that stuff tastes damn good. You ever go to Midnight's restaurant? I'm telling you.
I was supposed to be there over Memorial Day, but that didn't work out.
That was some of the best beef I've ever had. And
Yeah.
even my wife was like giving me a taste of the steak that was in her filet lo mein. God, the steak was like, you know, people will overemphasize things and say it'll melt in your mouth. This is about literally melted in your mouth.
That's awesome.
The stuff was so tender.
From Midnight?
Yeah.
Do you Wagyu moo? two live moo wag two flung chew whatever. I don't know.
Hey man, just how far will Grubhub deliver?
No shit.
Yeah, right.
Can you just pick midnight up and you come over to my house?
My wife says that Midnight still has to send her one of those filet lo mains. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I forget what we were talking about. Me and Midnight were texting back and forth, and my wife told him, "Tell him I want him to send me one of those filet lo mains." I was like, okay. Midnight's like, yeah, I don't know if I can make that happen.
I was kind of planning on heading over there because my buddy's got that place. I think maybe you guys heard me talk about up in Du Bois, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I know where Du Bois is.
Yeah, and it's not too far. It's 3 hours from where Midnight's at, and
Even that, I don't even think it's that far.
maybe it's less than 3.
Yeah.
And
an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, and another one of my buddies lives in Cleveland, and I was gonna make a guy's road trip out of it. And
Well, you better stay in Cleveland.
Well, he lives down in Cuyahoga Falls, which is south of Cleveland. He's got his own range and everything, so I was going to bring a bunch of guns. And and then from Cuyahoga Falls, it's like a straight direct shot east, pretty much direct shot to Du Bois. And so I was going to
across 80.
Yeah. Yep. And so I was going to do that coming up for Labor Day. But my mom's birthday is September 4th. She passed away 2 years ago. So instead of that trip, I'm going to go up and visit my dad. He's by himself at the cabin. And, he always has a hard time during their, wedding anniversary, birthdays, anniversary of her death, stuff like that. So I think I'm going to go up there instead. Hang out with my dad. We're pretty tight.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
And we're up there, he's 80 and I'm 52. And when we get together, it's like I'm 15 and he's, 35 or whatever. And it's like we laugh like a couple of idiots. We quote movies all the time and just have all these idioms that, we've said over all the years. And we just have a blast, just the two of us, just sitting there, just doing nothing. It's fun. But next weekend is my daughter's open house. Graduation high school open house on Sunday. So now I gotta clean the fucking house. At least I should get the dishes out of the sink.
Another thing Midnight makes is good. You like flatbread pizza or flat pizza? The flat crust pizza?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he makes a really good flat crust pizza.
What'd you get on it?
Pepperoni.
I like a good margarita pizza, with the basil and the tomatoes and mozzarella.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I like my meat lovers. But I'm going to get a pizza oven here for the house. The outside, the wood-fired pizza oven. Because you can cook anything in that thing.
Yeah, when we went to the Great American Outdoor Show, we went over to his restaurant because it was in Harrisburg.
Mm-hmm.
I got the pizza. It's about the size of maybe a little bit bigger than a Tombstone, and it was $9. It was like the cheapest thing on the menu, but that's not why I got it. There's a lot of stuff on his menu because of what's in it I can't eat. So I was like, I got the pizza, and man, that was really good. That was one of the best pizzas I've ever had.
What stuff can't you eat?
Peppers. You put
steak
has a lot of peppers in it. They usually put like red pepper flakes on it. He came out to the table and asked me if it would be okay with the red pepper flakes. I told him, yeah. I mean, that wouldn't bother me because dehydrated stuff doesn't. It's mostly fresh peppers they're putting into things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In them. And it's not so much chili peppers. It's more the bell peppers.
Yeah.
He left them off anyway. Just be on the safe side. He left the pepper flakes off anyway.
Oh yeah. Same thing with my dad. If you put green peppers or banana peppers on, pizza or, whatever, he's miserable after he eats them.
Yeah.
He burps them up like for 24 hours.
Yeah. The chili peppers, I might get like acid indigestion and have a little bit of reflux from it.
Mm-hmm.
But bell peppers, they can make my tongue swell and stuff, so that's no bueno.
Oh, that's no bueno.
Yeah.
My son, he can't eat pineapple. It'll do the same thing to him.
Yeah. My son's allergic to pecans, so he can't eat those.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He can eat other nuts like walnuts and stuff like that. Don't bother him. Pecans, he cannot eat them.
That's weird. He can do almonds, peanuts, everything else except pecan.
Yeah, pecan is the only nut that we know for sure that he can't eat.
Yikes. Yeah, my wife's allergic to seafood, which really pisses me off.
My wife can't eat like shrimp, and it really irritates her because she used to love shrimp. After she had our youngest daughter, she started developing an intolerance towards it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she loves it, but she can't eat it. She'll just Ralph.
My wife will start breaking out in a rash, and she just starts having trouble breathing and stuff. She's got an EpiPen in case she eats.
Oh, I got an EpiPen story for you. So in my med kit, I had 2 expired EpiPens. And I was going through them, rotating all my stuff, and put the 2 EpiPens out on the kitchen table. And my daughter was about 5 years old. And she grabbed one and thought it was a pen, and she clicked it like a pen with her thumb. And it sent that giant needle through her thumb.
Ow.
Into the bone. And it curled the end of the needle. So it's like you're trying to pull it out.
It's like a fish hook at that point.
Yeah. So we had to yank it out, and it pulled like a chunk of meat out with it. And so we had to call poison control and say, well, she just dosed herself with an EpiPen. And they're like, well, check her pulse, and if it stays under 100, you're fine. And
gave herself almost a pure shot of adrenaline, which she hyper felt.
Oh, she was crying bad, man. It was hyper and crying. And the thing is, if you ever heard one of those things go off, it sounds like a mini firecracker. It's like crack.
Yeah. You know somebody's used one.
Yeah, and I heard it go off. I was upstairs in my office, and I heard crack, and I'm like, I waited. I was like 1001, 1002. I know.
Hey, Rob just joined the chat. He just made it home.
Yep.
Hey, Rob.
He just got home at 1:30, and he's got to be at work in the morning.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, my first appointment's not till 9:30.
Yeah, my alarm's already set. I'll be up at 5:30.
Ew.
Dude, you're gonna get 4 hours. You're not even gonna get 4 hours sleep.
I'll be all right.
I got like 1.5 hours of sleep on Thursday night to go to work for 8 hours on Friday for my side gig.
Yeah, like a week ago, my wife she closed, which means she didn't get out of there till like 7 o'clock, and then she had to open the next morning, which means she had to be there at 4 o'clock.
Oh, that's way too early. Unless you're duck hunting.
Yeah. Well, she had to make sure the water system and everything was on. One of the joys working in dialysis. Before they can open, you got to make sure everything's pumping properly and all the water's flowing right, and mixing correctly, and all that good stuff.
Oh, yeah. My wife donates plasma because she's AB positive. So she's the universal donor for plasma. And a friend of ours had a daughter with leukemia, so we got on the bandwagon of donating. I'm O negative, so I'm universal donor for blood, but she's universal donor for plasma. And so, you know, I don't know if you ever seen the size of the needles that they use for plasma, but she got all hooked up to the machine, and the machine broke. So like, yeah, we can't do your plasma today. So she got this giant hole in her arm, you know, for no good reason.
And my brother, every 3 months when we were younger, because he had leukemia, he was getting one of those kind of needles shoved into his hip every 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
As part of his chemo. And every month he was getting a spinal tap.
Yummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do some procedures where we got to do a spinal tap. Yep. Had to do one on a guy looking for a spinal fluid leak because he tried to kill himself. Shot himself in the mouth with a 20 gauge shotgun.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Oh yeah, the X-ray, you could see all the BBs in his brain, and you're talking to him, and he's totally fine. But he had a cerebral spinal fluid leak between his sinuses and his spinal fluid column. So we had to find that, and he had a leak. He was leaker.
All that bird shot, I can imagine.
Oh man, you should have seen that X-ray. It was like perfectly homogeneous bird shot in his brain. You know, because it hit his skull and bounced around, ping-ponged in there. And he's totally fine. That's crazy.
That blows my mind.
That's good. That's
his too.
I don't know, man, but it blew my mind.
Well, we had another guy that tried to kill himself the same way, but it was a longer barrel. And he had it in his mouth, and he had to like reach down to hit the trigger with his finger. And to do that, he had to like lean his head back. You know, imagine you got the barrel in your mouth, and you got to lean back to do it, and it shot his front of his face off. His eyeballs were hanging by his optic nerves.
Wow.
It was messed up, man.
Oh, yeah.
He survived. Oh. I'm like, just kill me now, man.
It really is sad, though, that somebody's at that point to do that.
I know.
If he were smart, he would just use his toe and pull the trigger.
Exactly.
Used a cop. Suicide by cop.
Yeah, but they're shitty shots. You'd like have a lot of pain first because they hit you in the arm and the leg and the guts.
He could have went to North Carolina and suicided by Sarge. Sarge is a good shot.
Oh, he's a good shot, yeah.
You ever see the video where he's hitting a target at 100 yards with a G26?
I don't think so. But he's got that tiny little metal target. Let's hit the little one. Bang, bang. You know, it's like a little 2-inch or something like that. And he's talking while he's shooting it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not sitting there and just like aiming it. But that was with a red dot, so he's cheating.
He does it with open sights, too.
We won't go there.
Yeah, I'll say Sarge a good shot on his videos.
Oh, yeah?
Good muzzle control, too. Yeah. Of course, you know, I wouldn't suggest he come to my house because I have an AR-15.
Saw a kid jump off a bridge, land head first on the highway. Ooh.
I saw a guy one time, he was hopped up on angel dust, jumped off the roof of a second story, third story roof of a building, broke his leg, got up and ran away.
Got the crazy chicken leg going on the one side.
Uh-huh. The cops were chasing him for something, and he was determined not to get caught.
That's commitment right there.
Oh, yeah.
I seen this crazy guy once, and he fucking looked just like I do.
Damn bathroom mirror.
Yeah, I can't believe the shit he did that night, man. Crazy son of a bitch.
Damn, stealing cars and shit. What's the matter with that?
Yelling at the world, causing trouble.
Yeah, remember those days? Not now.
I still own fine money from those days.
So you got caught.
No, my car gave up on me.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know, man. I instead of I used to have a good car. It would drive itself home when I drank too much.
Oh, I have one of those.
I didn't have to do anything, man. It'd take me home every night, man. I don't know what happened one night. Instead of turning on the street, I turned down the railroad tracks.
So,
Fuck on the road.
that your real name is Michael Knight, and you have 84 Transit.
Right.
No, believe it or not, this was my very nice 300ZX that smashed its whole front suspension and cracked the rims. And I was sideways across railroad tracks, sitting with the frame of the car on the rails with the back wheel spinning and the front wheels all broke off. And then when the police come to help me, I decided to be an asshole. And
Oopsie.
I wanted to fight. They were better at fighting than I was.
Why are my arms behind my back?
Sounds like my younger brother when he was high and decided to assault a cop.
I didn't really. I only remember about half of it, but I got told the other half. And I remember getting home, and the first thing I did was take my shirt off and look in the bathroom mirror to see all the nice big long black bruises all over my back.
Yeah, the worst part about one with my brother is I know the cop who that arrested him for it, and he was just going to bring my brother home, and my brother decided he was going to turn around and punch him in the face.
I don't know if police still use them nowadays, but they used to have these things we called like nightsticks, blackjack. Yeah. I gave them a little practice. I let them get as much practice as they needed one time, man.
He's not slowing down. Hit him harder.
Yeah, they taught me a lesson, I guess.
Yeah, the cop was like, I'm walking, he's driving down the road in his car. He sees my brother like staggering. He gets out of he pulls over, gets out of his car, walks over to him. He's like, Will. And my brother turns around, sees him, and just swings at him. He's like, I just moved back, grabbed him by the arm, and cuffed him in like one motion. So, yeah. They threw him in the back of the car, took him to lock up. My brother, he ended up getting probation. They dropped the assault charge and just got him on a minor possession charge.
I went to high school with this guy named Scott. He's dead now, but he was always fighting with the cops. And these two state cops pulled him over one night, and he's drunk and high and everything, and ended up chasing through a cornfield and caught up to him. And they got one cuff on him, and he ended up knocking both of them out and running back to his car and took off. So he was on the lam for like 2 weeks. They finally caught him, and he was in prison for most of his adult life. He was in prison, on and off. Yeah, that dude, he was a scrapper.
I woke up one time, opened my eyes, felt like I had a good night's sleep. I don't know. I opened my eyes, and instead of being in my home, I seen all these beige-colored concrete walls. I was like, man, this looks like jail. And I sat up and looked up. I was like, yep, this is jail. I went running up to the door, started beating on the little window. And the jailer come over, and I said, what am I charged with? And he said, disorderly conduct. I said, is that it? And he said, yep. And I said,
cool.
I said, who won the Buckeyes game? He said, Bucks did. I was like, hell yeah. I didn't care about anything else. That's God honest truth. Exactly how it was. Woke up, beige walls. Damn, it's jail. Went over banging. Hey. come up. I said, "What am I charged with?" Disorderly conduct. Oh shit, that's it. Okay.
Oh, the Bucks too.
Yeah, I ain't worried about that.
Is that it?
Yeah, but the problem is, like when I said who won the Bucks game, right? And he was like, the Bucks did. And I was like, hell yeah. And he's like, that's the only thing you was shouting when we drug you in.
Somehow we knew you'd be asking that question.
Hey man, I go all out for the team, man. I fight at home.
My car failed me. The damn rims broke off on a railroad track. What a piece of shit.
I know, goddamn Japanese built piece of shit.
What you should have done was took the tires off first.
Right on the rims.
Yeah, right on the rims. You would have went right on the tracks. You'd have been fine.
Outcast says Jason's an OG, man. Now we're older, smarter, and more poor because we're still paying fines.
Was that a yawn?
No.
I've been
No,
yawn.
I was reminiscing on what I can say here on live radio. Something about stealing a car I can't say online.
Well, it depends. How long ago was it?
Back in the 80s.
Cool, we have statute of limitations.
So me and my buddy Frank stole a car out of a used car parking lot. And he was so nervous he took a shit in the back seat. And we left it out in the middle of like a cornfield. Rob, we need to talk off air. His name wasn't really Frank. And it was the same guy that crashed his car and broke my collarbone.
Oh.
We were kind of crazy, I think.
Good friend.
Yeah, and the son of a bitch is retired now. He retired like 5 years ago, and I'm 52. So he was like 45 when he retired.
Yeah, one time my friends and I, we went to Pizza Hut, and we were like 7 of us packed in my friend's Chevette. And there was only one parking spot left, and it was like super tiny, and he couldn't get the car pulled in, so we all got out of the car, picked it up, and put it down in the parking space. I don't know why we did that. I was like, what? We just park somewhere else. No, we're going to pick the car up and move it.
I must say it was Frank's idea to steal the car. It wasn't mine.
You just borrowed it. I don't, from what
Well,
sounds like to me.
Back then, it was not stealing a car. It was joyriding. It was the car dealer's fault they left the keys in the car.
My wife.
You were just test driving.
That's right.
Where my wife and kids went to school, going to the gym, there is like a garage door, right? So to play a trick one year when my wife was in school, the seniors built a little ramp from the stage down to the gym floor, stole the principal's car, and drove it into the gym.
That's awesome. Did they whip some donuts on the gym floor?
No, they didn't do anything like that.
Oh, shit. I would have done that.
Well, it was during basketball season, and some of them were on the basketball team. That one.
Oh, they didn't want to ruin the floor.
Yeah.
We went out sucker spearing one night and filled up the back end of my buddy's truck with all these carp and suckers. And we broke into the high school and threw them all down the hallway. It's a senior prank. Dude, that reeked so bad.
Yeah. And when I was in 8th grade, the last day that we decided we were going to school as a group, my friends and I, we set off stink bombs on every single floor of the school. The school cleared out real quick. The entire school smelled like skunk.
We used to have that fox piss that you'd put on like for bait for trapping,
Mm-hmm.
and you just open up random lockers and squirt that shit in there.
That liquid catfish bait would do it too.
Oh, gross!
Oh, that stuff's terrible. A little bit of sunshine and catfish bait. Oh,
Unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Wait, is Rob speaking from experience?
Quite possibly.
Well, if Rob gets in here after you shut it down, he can tell us a story. Although it is 2 a.m. where he's at.
2 a.m. where me and Jason are too.
Me too.
Yeah, figured.
Oh,
yeah. It is almost.
He's got the zipper mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Shut your mouth.
His lips are sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I might have to jump off here, guys, seeing how it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh.
No. You got anything you want to plug or anything else, Jason, before you go?
No. To the one person out there, hey man, give me a subscribe.
No more jail stories or anything.
Yeah, but it's
We'll
2
save
o'clock in
that.
the morning. We don't have enough time.
We'll save that for the next one.
Uh-huh.
All right, I have to write down some of mine.
Yeah, which was worse, his kidney stone stories or Pat with his prolapse from a cow?
Shit, I ain't even got started yet, man. I ain't even said one thing about any woman I've been with.
Oh, snap. That's what prolapse reminded you of?
Yeah.
You got some really strong beer goggles there or something, Jason?
Yeah. When you start talking about bad times, man, sometimes you remember them.
Speaking of killing Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob almost did with a 4-wheeler, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was once married to the devil's daughter, so it's pretty hard to scare me.
Ooh. That should be the title of the next chat. I'm the devil.
God, I don't know if this chat gets a title. He says that's no joke, man. I'm guessing that's about the Bigfoot. Killing the Bigfoot with the TV.
Maybe I could get her to come on one of these shows. She probably remembers more that I did than I do.
Rob, it was just a really big redneck in a ghillie suit.
Were you guys on that chat where Rob was telling his Bigfoot story?
Oh, yeah, I was.
Hell yeah. I'm a believer now.
Yeah, the two of you were drunk as hell.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
How could you tell? I may have been a little intoxicated.
Yes. I think Black Cat and I were the only two that weren't.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, especially Black Cat was drinking, but he wasn't drunk. And I don't drink, so because of health issues. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say legal issues.
No, not legally. Health issues.
It was something big. I hear you, Rob, man. I tell you what, after that chat, he was so serious. We were kind of making fun of him at first.
Oh man, he was so drunk. He was super serious.
Oh, was that when he drank like the whole fifth of vodka?
Yeah, he was. Oh man, he said you get drunk one time on a live chat. That's what he was saying earlier today when I was picking on him about it. What was that, during Gary's chat, I think?
Well, I went into it not believing about Bigfoot. I left believing in Bigfoot.
And Bigfoot likes potato chips, apparently. But I told him, man, it was a big, tall redneck in a ghillie suit, which would explain the potato chip bag.
Were they regular chips?
I don't know. He never quite told us. He just said it was something that looked like a potato chip bag. So I'm just...
If they were Lay's, I believe them.
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying.
Or Jack Links.
Jack Links and Sun Chips.
Well,
Gross.
if it was that, it really would be a Bigfoot. So we got to. But if it's just a really big redneck in a ghillie suit, it could have just been Lay's potato chips.
And a bottle of Jim Beam.
No, Wild Irish Rose.
It's a Mad Dog 2020.
Bottle and a half of Boone's Farms.
Oh, Country Quencher 3 for $5, Boone's Farm.
Oh yeah, Strawberry Hill.
That got me through college.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I had what?
I think Rob needs to go back to school. His spelling is atrocious. I think he's trying to say he had a witness, but he said he had a whitens.
Well, those are the only witnesses that count.
Those damn whitens. Get you every time.
Where the white women at?
Shit, what was that? Was that an Eddie Murphy movie?
No, that was Blazing Saddles.
Oh, where are the white women at?
Yeah, where's the white women at? He pulls the hood up and Gene Wilder tries convincing him that he's just dirty from burning a cross.
You know, I thought about that. Remember when he came to town as the sheriff and they all pointed a gun at him? And then he pulled out his gun, pointed at himself. And said, I was thinking the McCluskey people from St. Louis. That dude should have did that. He should have grabbed his wife. You guys make one more move and she gets it.
Yeah. He's like, baby, you are so good.
Oh, he missed a
So
great opportunity of outing his wife. They shot her from the crowd. What's all this powder burns right on her eyeball? Oh, no.
Makeup. She's goth, man.
She wears a lot of eye makeup. It must have just splattered.
Her and the mayor of Chicago.
Oh, God. You mean the Mon Calamari with a bad wig?
Who's that one they call Beetlejuice?
Her. That's her.
Oh, okay.
She looks like Beetlejuice. I hate to say
Oh,
it.
my God.
I think she looks like Admiral Akbar myself. But... And that St. Louis DA from the city itself, not the county, looks just as bad.
I haven't seen that DA that's doing all that craziness. I have no idea what she looks like. I know it's a woman.
She looks like she could be Lori Lightfoot's sister.
Oh, yeah.
That's racist.
No, it's just a fact.
It's a fact that it's racist.
Don't let the facts get away in the way of a good story.
Yeah. We don't believe the facts. We believe the truth.
When the legend becomes fact, print the legend. Is that what you're saying?
Believe the internet.
Yeah.
I believe Facebook. You must have one short story, Jason.
This thing was leaving like 9 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It might spark one of my memories if you say one.
You know, we were wrapping this up almost an hour ago. Getting ready to anyway.
I got pulled over 2 blocks from my house when I was in college. I was wearing a wet swimsuit, came back from a pool party. It was like 5 in the morning. And a good song came on the radio, and I had a giant stereo in my car. So I I was driving the radio and not driving the car, and I went over the center line. And this is in my hometown of 2,000 people. And the city kiddies always shut her down at like 2 in the morning. So I'm like, whatever. And it's 5 in the morning. I get pulled over. He goes, "Where's your license?" I'm like, "I don't know. I think it's in the back seat." And I'm digging for it. And I come back to the driver's seat, and I'm like, "I can't find it." And then I go, I like lean over, and I was sitting on my wallet. It's all drenched. And I pull out my driver's license, hand it to him. And my sister's name is Christy, and she had just gotten busted for DUI. And he goes, "Are you Christy's brother?" And I'm going, I did, like in my mind, I'm going, if I say yes, then I'm admitting that, our family has a problem with drinking or something. And if I say no, but he's like on her side, I'm like, yeah. He throws my license back in my face. He goes, "Get the fuck out of here. Get home right now." Because I was home from college for the weekend. And as soon as I turned the corner, my neighbor, Fat Mike, he was the other city guy that had the breathalyzer in his car. And he hates me and my siblings because we used to terrorize the neighborhood on our dirt bikes and stuff. And he comes up just screeching his tires because he really, really, really wanted to bust me. And I was already leaving the scene. And I got home. I'm laying in bed going, damn, that was pretty close. Because I was fucking hammered. So Fat Mike never got to give me a ticket.
You ever heard the story? You wake up and your car's in the front yard. I woke up one time, my car was in the neighbor's yard.
He woke up and his car was in the living room.
No, it was in the neighbor's yard.
Yeah,
up against the fence.
Yeah, that'd be good right there. I'll just walk home.
Yeah, I get there from there. I know I did. Woke up the next day, got ready for work, everything, and I usually start my car and let it warm up a little bit. I opened up the door and I looked out the door and I looked over the neighbors, and the first thought was like, "Wow, that truck looks just like mine." I looked in my driveway, it wasn't there. Oh, that is mine. I went running over there and looked at the back, and I seen the fence all bent over and everything. Okay, started up.
Took off.
Yeah, one time we went shopping. It was late at night. Nobody was drunk or anything. But we're driving back home from the supermarket, and we went to the 24-hour market because our daughter was like, this is when she was born, and she was our oldest, and she had like colic problems and stuff. So she had trouble sleeping at night. So we would go for car rides. So we went out and went grocery shopping. We had our friend with us, thankfully, but we're driving back home. And all of a sudden, the thermostat starts going in the car. Pouring down freaking rain, right? So we turn off the road we were on to park the car and walk back to where the payphone was because my buddy who was with us, he had AAA. He was going to call AAA and have them come take care of the thermostat and everything, right? So if any vehicle he's in, whether he's driving or not, it's covered under AAA. So we go down to the gas station. As we're walking to the gas station, we hear this crunch. We turn around and walk back up to where the car was. The car is now on the fence of the house beside it. The brain had caused the emergency brake to let go.
Oh. Oopsie.
Yeah.
You sure Jason wasn't driving that if it was up against the fence?
No, it wasn't against the fence. It was on top of the fence. The car was bridged from the road across the ditch.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'll tell you a good one.
And we just started laughing because we didn't know what the hell to say. It's just one of those situations where you see it and you can't believe it and you don't know what to do and you just start laughing your ass off, My wife looks at us like we're both nuts because we're standing there in the middle of a downpour with our mode of transportation stretched from the road across the ditch to a fence.
We're gonna say Jason.
I had a Honda 750 once.
Oh
And
yeah.
I was on the other side of town. I had a Super Sport 750F. I was on the other side of town, 3 or 4 miles away, having fun with my friends. And I decided to power brake out front till my tire popped. And went about my night and totally forgot about it and hopped on my bike to go home.
Oops.
And everybody else is on their bikes, and I didn't really notice it at first, and everybody floored it, and then I floored it. Now all of a sudden I'm going down like Fairground Avenue, sliding all over the place, 80 miles an hour, my back end floating. So I drove all the way home with a flat tire.
The rim is all chanky.
Yeah. Totally forgot about it. Sat out there like an idiot till my tire popped. Woo, yeah. And went in the house, come back out later, hopped on it and took off. I'll tell you what, there was more to that night. My friends all had their bikes. When I finally got home and I got it in the yard and I was close to the garage, I started getting sick. Okay. So I'm leaning against the garage, and my friends thought it'd be nice to take their headlights from their bike and point at me while I was getting sick. I could feel the heat from their headlights and everything.
I thought you were going to say you still had your full face helmet on.
Nah, I didn't have a helmet, but good thing because I was recycling the McDonald's I had that day.
Oh, look at those onions. They weren't even chewed.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, Jason, is it even worth it for you to go to sleep?
Yeah, that's all right, man. I don't have a boss, so I can get by with what I want tomorrow.
I don't know about you two, but I do need to get to bed. So I gotta get up. I'm supposed to get up in the morning and go. We gotta do, and my wife's gonna be pissed off as it is.
Well, it's all your fault, Rich. I've drank 3 tall boys and a Heineken tonight, and the other night was the first beer I'd had this entire year. So.
It's not my fault. It's your fault.
Yeah.
Yours and Lou's fault. You two got talking and telling funny stories.
I was talking about that city edition beer, and I thought it was something special, so I went and got another one, and it's like they say, one leads to another.
Well, you're saying it's like Lay's potato chips. No one can eat just one. No one can drink just one.
No, can't drink one.
Unless you're Alan B Pro, then you can only drink one bottle.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, did you see that move?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, he didn't make it through the end of the show.
He was passed out with his mouth wide open.
Yeah.
And then, did you see Scotsman use that as the thumbnail for
Yes,
the?
I did. Yes, I did.
Because I screenshotted that and I sent that to Midnight Range, and I'm like, "Are you watching this shit?"
I just want to know what possessed Alan to wear that shirt before he was even drunk.
It was funny because, and then Scotsman says, "You don't throw down against a Slovakian when there's booze involved."
First he said Russian, then Czechoslovakian, and then any of these Ians. If it isn't an Ian, you don't trounce them to a drink.
Ukrainian. I mean, and then Baldwin Curious, he put a video out the next morning. He's on his way to work. He goes, "I'm feeling a little fuzzy, but I'm okay."
Alan, like, I woke up at 3 o'clock the next day. He was saying this tonight, and he's like, and I was still drunk.
Did you see when his girl was like trying to wake him up when it was still on the live stream?
Yeah, you just see her arm and hand.
Yep.
Trying to shake.
But right before that, she was like kicking him, and you couldn't see, like under the table. She's like kicking him, and he's like rocking back and forth. It was like she's kicking him, and then she comes up with her arm.
Yeah, but tonight he honest to God, he on the show tonight, he was like, I woke up at 3 p.m. the next day and I was still drunk.
Oh Jesus!
Still vibrating.
I never had a hangover because I took days for it to get out of the system.
And he was being all like, stoic in the beginning. Yeah, that was a good chat.
You could see, man. Every time he took a shot, you get to see him going more and more down.
Yeah, each one was like a chink in the armor.
Yeah,
he
he kept smiling and smiling. You know, he was
like,
feeling
hey,
good.
man, hey, man.
Yeah, he was feeling good.
And meanwhile, Val, you know,
Yeah.
he's just sitting there knocking him back. You know, he looked perfectly okay until he went to stand up.
Yeah, and he was chasing him with the Heinekens or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't go head to head with some Slovakian or whatever, Ukrainian. I don't know what it was. He's not Russian.
No,
I think
he's not Russian, but tonight's on that started. He's like, you don't challenge a Russian to a drinking contest, or excuse me, Czechoslovakian or whatever it is. If they're from a country and it ends in you don't challenge them to a drinking contest,
right? But it was all for charity, so
yeah.
And it gives us something to talk about, which was fucking awesome.
Oh man. I thought for sure he was going to be done halfway through.
Well, I kept putting in the comments, I'm like, is Alan dead?
He looked it.
I was looking for I couldn't see if his chest was moving up and down for breathing. I'm like, I think he's dead.
What was it they were drinking?
Woodbridge bourbon.
Yeah.
They drank a fifth, and every time somebody put a super chat in, they had to take a shot within, 5 minutes between shots?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the show, they just had to guzzle whatever was left in the bottle.
Nice.
Yeah. Woodbridge is good stuff. I don't know if I drink a whole fifth in like an hour, but
it was a little less than 2 hours, but still.
And then, who were they ragging on for putting their fifth in the freezer? Was it Alan or was it Val?
God, I don't remember.
I don't know. They said something about, hey, that's cheating. Because they could see the frost on the outside of the bottle.
After the, third or fourth shot, Alan turned his camera off. It's like, no, you got to turn that camera back on. You didn't get it again later, too. Almost lost some disqualification. Twice. He's like, well, I got to go to the bathroom. It's like, we don't care. You got to keep it on. Just keep the camera and the mic both on. So we know you're not Ralphing or you're like water.
Pouring the bourbon out. Pissing in the trash can.
To make it even more interesting, visually, they both should have used a bench shot glass. You know, the ones that have the bullet in them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guys, it ain't 1:30 anymore. I'm gonna have to get off here.
2:15.
I took a nap earlier, so I'm good.
That's you.
All right, guys, it's good to see you. Great chat tonight, Rich.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you guys during the week here or something.
All right.
Catch you later, bud.
Yep. We're gonna have to cut this off. So, you got anything you want to leave the peoples out there with? Which basically at this point looks like it's Rob. I think we lost 8.
Yeah, let's see. Rob's got like 17 comments in a row. Nobody else is commenting. It says 9's watching, though. But no, I don't have anything, man. I appreciate the link, and as always, it's a lot of fun. So until next time.
Alrighty. And hell, I don't know what the hell to say to you people. Go to bed.
Peace out, cuz.
Later, folks. Oh, man. Where is that damn button?
Push the button.